Everybody. Happy Sunday to all of you. Or if you're just starting your day, well, thank you for choosing to start your day with us here as we get ready to kick off our Sunday Funny Game Show. Yep, we're still going to use that name, but Roblox Live is going to be running side by side with it because today is the day. Yes, as part of our fall taping schedule. As part of our fall schedule, Roblox Live will now be taking place on Sunday for the next 16 weeks. But I'll break down everything that I've covered in regards to that schedule in just a little bit. And wait, don't tell me it's just now getting started with the actual game. So let's take care of the Wordle before we do anything else. Yep, famous Studebaker Theater. Let's see if it's lousy. And yep, that was the word I was thinking of. So that is today's word. Now, on with the talk of last night after we left the air. Well, let's start there. But first, let me do a quick recap of everything from last night in case you may have um, missed that extra thing that we did. So I'll do a little bit of a recap of last night from after we ended the original broadcast. So let's start there. Here, I might as well go ahead and X out the info center because we're not going to utilize it. And then I gotta get this ready for today too. And already KNX is gonna come off from here because they tested it this morning. Better rewind it on Odyssey, but oh well. I made the choice I chose to make. So, beginning with after we left you last night. Well, I hope some of you remembered, but in case any of you forgot why we shortened our Saturday program today, well, yesterday, why we had to shorten it, well, that was because my parents had offered me to go with them to Montgomery Fest, which is, I believe, this annual festival in Montgomery, which is a bit south of Aurora. So we went there. They actually wanted to go there because there was a Billy Joel tribute band performing. Well, it was going to happen, but I'm going to explain exactly how it all played out. I'm going to explain how it all played out. So, of course, there was severe weather going on while we were live during that stream, and there were a few more things like even afterwards. I mean, that whole severe weather thing that would eventually come into play a bit later on down the line. So, after we left you, we did go out to dinner at El Mocajete Mexican. So we went for dinner here. So that's where we went for dinner. And and as we were on our way there, the the part of town we were in was placed under a severe thunderstorm warning. But it first started out as just just your typical sort of standard readings of 60 mile an hour and quarter hail. But then I was following along with it, while we were at the restaurant. I was following along with everything as it all played out. The storm eventually was upgraded to the readings were essentially later upgraded to considerable, but only for a brief amount of time before it went down to 60 mile an hour. And there were wind gust reports being measured throughout the region. But if you may remember from those community posts I made showcasing some of the restaurant, you may well know that out of all the times during that whole time I was there, the power went out twice. Yes, the power went out twice while I was at the restaurant. Of course, neither of those power outages I caught on tape because. Yeah, of course, none of those power outages I caught on tape because. Yeah, Drew lost power as well. He actually lost power much longer. In fact, here at home, the power didn't even go out at all. Thank you so much, landscaping people, for removing that problematic tree at the subdivision entrance. That had been hogging the the transmission lines there for many years. So I'm glad they finally made a big change or shift, whatever, in terms of that. But as for the El Macahote restaurant, I did say the power went out 2 different times. The first time yeah, 7 p.m. he lost power. So he was without power for an hour and 35 minutes. So Drew was without power for an hour and 35 minutes. So that's a little over an hour and a half. So, I mean, it's quite a long time. But thankfully for me, for the El Macahote restaurant, the first time the power was out, it only lasted 30 seconds. Either 30, 45 seconds, or even a minute. The power came back on, and it was only on for like, I think another 30 seconds, maybe another minute. And then after that, it went out again. And then that time, it was out for only 2 minutes, I believe. 2 minutes. It was out the second time for 2 minutes. And then it came back on, and that time after that, it stayed on. Yeah, that's a good thing. But then, as everything was coming back up, I was surprised to find out that their menus run Windows 10. Yeah, their menus are powered by a piece of third-party kiosk software on a Windows 10 machine. I hope that's running Enterprise LTSC or the IoT Enterprise Edition any better. I hope it's running that edition because the main editions of Windows 10 will be losing support very soon. In fact, just 2 more security updates left, and then it's all over. September, and then October, and it's done. Can't believe how fast the year has flown by, and I can't believe Microsoft is getting ready to pull the plug on Windows 10. I mean, it's served its life, and I mean, good thing they got another OS out within 5 years. But now it's going to be quite a transition for all those businesses. And speaking of transition, my college has completed, I believe, its transition to Windows 11 as of this summer, which is pretty nice. So, well, that was the story with the restaurant, and the thing had expired by the time we left, so we made it through there, and then we got on our way to our main event. to Montgomery Park, right here. Now, I didn't go further into details to exactly how it played out, but I can go ahead and explain. So, this large swath of concrete was where we parked, as with millions of other people, or thousands of other people. And then, instead of walking all the way to our vehicle, or all the way to the park, from our vehicle rather, took we took one of the golf carts they were riding. There were two spots left on the very back, so I rode on the very back, and that took me all the way to the park. Well, actually, yeah, all the way to the park. Took me all the way straight there. Let's see here. Let's see, WERX wants to test too. So I'll go take WERX off now. Or at least that should be WERX. Yep, WERX FM. That's the one. Okay. Alright, fine. Because he's probably going to be spamming I'm in call over again until I join. Or until he gives up. There we go. Okay. Continuing on with the story. So after we arrived, we got all set up at the stage, at the very front of the stage. They actually set up picnic tables, which we weren't expecting. That was because they've completed extensive renovation on the park. They've added picnic tables here. This is the concert space. And all along this stretch here, they had stands of all kinds of food, from burgers to fries. Lemonade was also being served, churros, and all kinds of things. And there were even just standard typical carnival rides, such as one of those things that spin around and then tilt you 90 degrees in the air. Oh gosh. There was also a Ferris wheel, a carousel, and then some kiddie rides and everything. But let's continue on. So so me and my mother walked, checked out the park, and then we got all the way to the end to find this behemoth of a masterpiece, this playground right here. But I found something interesting when I was looking at this last night. If I turn back the clock to 2009, this is the very same playground from that time frame. Wow, quite amazing, isn't it? Yeah, quite amazing. So, we checked out. Okay, good. For what I'm gonna play next. So, I first tried out this weird looking teeter totter thing. It's like three different teeter totters combined into one. Yeah, three teeter totters combined into one large one. And like all this moved simultaneously as I moved. And then at the end of it, these two, these two little spinny things, which I don't think I've ever seen at any playground that I have ever been to. Because I've never been to any playground that has that kind of thing. So boy, I got very lucky and I took advantage of that opportunity. I could maybe show you I could show you a couple of examples. So here's our subdivision playground. Nothing like that. And that playground, by the way, is still here today. Still there. And this is Meadowview Elementary. I see the new playground is showing up on imagery. This is still the old one. May 2025. Here we go. Why is this fenced off? I wonder why it's fenced off in this picture. I don't know. Oh well. But yeah, I think that's the spinning thing, but not quite good enough. But yeah, it was definitely a much needed upgrade for that park. What other playgrounds have I been to? Um, Furthermore down, here's Grand Prairie Elementary, and you see there's nothing like that at this playground here, or at least from what I can see. Why don't we turn back the clock to April, where it's pretty quiet, and then you can see everything. Okay, how about May? Okay, good enough. May 23. And yeah, I don't see any traces of anything like that at that playground. What other playgrounds have I been to? Oh yeah, of course the ones that were in downtown Joliet, right over here. Yeah, right over here. This is where I got a great view of the trains when I was there. Here's what was here. This is what was here before. See how old it is? Yeah, quite old, isn't it? I enjoyed it. Then, here's what stands today. Much better, doesn't it? And yes, that's what I'm gonna get. That's what I'm gonna get to next. Yes, HDX Brazoria, whatever. I'm gonna get to that next. Yeah, I'm gonna get to that next after I finish here with these playgrounds. And, the story with Montgomery Fest and everything else like that. Talking with cats is better than talking with humans. Let's see what's special about this. Oh, Stitch squeaking. Alright, and then the other thing. What other playgrounds have I been to? Right here. So, this new playground here, I've only been to this new park once, but if we go back to May 2009, the old park I've been to so many times. Yeah, this park is like old, so yeah, I didn't expect any kind of feature like that. Here's 2000, and then we'll go back. We'll move forward to 2011. There were two separate playgrounds here. So back to June 2011. Then you can see 2014. That's the new playground going up. The old one was gone. What a shame. What's the other playground I've been to? Phillips Park. Well, I came here just for the splash pad, not for the playground. Yeah, for the splash pad, not for the playground. And in terms of. Oh, I just remembered. There's actually one where I actually was in that spinning thing. If not, it was the first time in forever that I've done it. It was actually Grande Park. Let me find it here. Here it is, Community Park at Grande Park. You can see here. Well, this is not the kind of spinning thing in question I'm referring to, but that's close enough. Doesn't look like doesn't look like I see it, but I know I have a picture somewhere of when I was there. Did it have those things at one point, or was that playground upgraded? Or was that playground upgraded later on? So let me go back on our picture gallery and see if I can find a picture like like that. No, it's way before that. That's July 2020. Is it 2017? Let's take a look. All right, I'll continue looking for the photo in a moment because the WBJM auto test is about to happen. Yeah, I don't think I see it. Oh wait, here it is. You can see that thing is quite small for what it is. There we go. Why are they much later than they have been before? I don't know. But yeah, that's the feature in question. Okay, let's keep looking for the picture. the picture in question. Let's see if you can hear. 2019. Was it sometime after 2019? I guess I'm not going to forget it. I'm not gonna try to find the picture. All right, so let me put these two in. There we go. Okay. Now, I actually have video footage the of this playground feature. So it actually this is the one right here exactly that I had fun with for about 20 minutes. That was all that was all the time I had, 20 minutes. So this is the video footage. Now I muted it, but the music that was playing in that clip was Katy Perry's Firework. Now where did that come from? You won't believe it. It came from a Madagascar themed funhouse structure that was operated by Windy City Amusements because they also participated in this event. Yeah, they also participated in this event. So I was just spinning around on this thing literally for 20 minutes straight. Well, including the breaks of, going back on the other Amtrak trains and whatnot. And since that playhouse was also Madagascar themed, it also played some other things that I certainly did not expect. Yeah, some other things that I certainly did not expect it to play. And I think the theming of that funhouse explains it. Surely explains it all. It actually at times played two separate songs from I believe the original Jungle Book, or was it a remaster? Or was it like a remaster of it? The two in particular were the famous Bare Necessities theme, or whatever. Yeah, Bare Necessities and the Jungle Rhythm. That was the two that it played at two separate times. At two separate times. I did see that Carl Sandburg's 383 and California Zephyr number 6 went through while I was here, but as expected, I did not get those trains at all because, well, there were, of course, too much people here and But then at but then sometime after 7, officials determined that there was going to be another storm coming to Montgomery, so somebody got on the microphone and closed off the festival early and canceled that night's performance, and then the officials started guiding everybody to the exit and exiting the fest. Me and my parents were especially disappointed that we didn't get to see that band perform. We were a bit disappointed, but my father had a Billy Joel playlist on Spotify, so So we put that on instead, on the way home. So we put that on to make up for, to make up for it on the way home. So yeah, we got on our way home. Well, not quite. We decided to make a stop at the Home Depot for some reason, and then we got on our way home. Quite quite the adventure, let me tell you. And then, of course, after I got back home, played catch up, and then that's where, you know what? If I don't, if we don't have anything to take care of, when we took care of everything, why don't we do a random? Why don't we do the random character extravaganza live? So now I got you all the complete story of everything, and then after that extravaganza was over, yep, got on with the Monday stuff. But right after we left the air, that's when Chicago began issuing stuff again. Starting with a marine warning. Then it remained quiet for a pretty good while. And then they issued another one, like sometime after midnight. Well, for a little bit, I should say. Then they issued another one, like after midnight, then another after 2 a.m. And now, of course, this was really going to be an eventuality because the first actual warnings that they issued were when Boston iHeart and North Country Public Radio ended up doing their weekly. And then, of course, Chicago, as I expected, issued so many other things through the night. Recom, of course, and all my other stuff got all of it. 2:32 is the last one I got live. Another at 2:49 a.m., 3 a.m., 3:28 a.m., 3:37 a.m., 14 a.m., and then 4:20 a.m. And that was all of them. And somehow, Pretoria County WX was still up, and he actually got a lot of it. He actually caught a lot of those products that went through WLS. While me, on the other hand, just listened closely to the products and then just went back to sleep. And then finally, after 4:20, Chicago stopped issuing things and finally let me sleep in peace. Well, I definitely am going to get an opportunity to sleep in peace tonight after last night. But yeah, last night was definitely quite an adventure. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Oh yeah, it was quite an adventure last night. So, next thing then is we're going to get the stuff ready for today. It's only a small slice, so. Let's see. I'm gonna let WJON and BJM handle all of this today. At least for right now. But if I do need to add any to the monitors, I will do that. Alright, so we're done with that. Let's shut that off. Exiting narrator. Not, not a narrator command. Okay. So yeah, that was pretty much the story of last night. So that was last night. Now, as many of you all know, we're gonna start our. As many of you all know, we begin our fall taping schedule. Our fall schedule today. New schedule for the fall. So, in case any of you may have forgotten what it was over the course of last week when I was telling you all about it, I'll go ahead and explain now. So after my lunch break today, we're going to do our first Roblox show on a different day. So Roblox will now take place on Sundays for the next 16 weeks, ending in mid-December. And then we'll return to Tuesdays in mid-December. Yeah, Bismarck was issuing stuff last night. Aberdeen was issuing stuff last night. And a lot, in fact. So we're gonna do Roblox live after my lunch break, and of course we'll play that. Of course we'll play that. And of course we'll spend the next 6 hours doing that, sort of like we usually do. And that will be the case for the next 16 weeks, including in mid-December. And then Monday, and then tomorrow, the actual beginning. The actual Now will be the actual beginning of not only my college semester, not only the beginning of my fall 2025 college semester, but also the beginning of our fall taping cycle. Oh, that reminds me, I never closed that intro poll. Let me do that. Okay. So, from the votes, I saw 75% of you wanted the Downers Grove intro. That will be the intro you see. That will be the intro you see next year. Let's see if I can tell this. See if I can tell this not to show up again. Oh, I see it. Oh, I see the thing. It said don't show again. I literally have to hide the taskbar just for that to go away. I literally have to hide the taskbar on here just to get it to go away. So, taskbar behaviors automatically hide. There we go. I guess not. Yeah, Puerto Rico. All right, let's see. I'm just making sure everything is. Making sure everything. Yeah, make sure everything is. So yeah. So again, tomorrow will be the beginning of my college semester for the fall of 2025 and our fall taping cycle, which I've said. So tomorrow I'll be recording episodes first thing after I play catch up with all the stuff from tonight. So that would be the first thing I do. Play catch up with all the stuff from tonight. And then after that's done, then I'll get to work with the and then I'll get to work with the college stuff. And at the same time, I'll also start taping episodes of shows again for the fall. Now that I've created an intro for the holiday season. I did that on Thursday last week. So I did that on Thursday. So we're all good to go then. So so I will be recording episodes until about 4 p.m., which is when we will do our Minecraft show. That will not change. We'll still do Minecraft at 4 p.m. on Mondays like we have been doing. But then for Tuesday, the tapings will continue until 4:30 p.m., where we have to pause, so I have to get ready for my evening class. But then Tuesday there will not be anything. All we'll just air is the new program showcase, and that will be it. Then it's just back to the mystery marathon and things like that. As for Wednesday, no episodes will be taped, and the reasoning is very clear. And then Thursday, back to taping, except now here's the change. Once again, the taping will continue till 4:30. We'll stop to have dinner and then go to my evening class. But then after I get back from college, that's what's going to change. Backyard baseball is actually now going to be delayed till after I get back from class. So after I get back. Whether it be 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I think 7:30, 8 p.m. is looking more likely. So, whenever I get back, we'll start the backyard baseball game pretty much immediately. Pretty much immediately. And then, of course, we'll let that run. And then, if I have any time left at the end of the night, we'll begin taping. We'll continue taping episodes. And for Tuesday, after I get back, it will be the same story. We'll continue taping episodes. We'll continue taping episodes. As many episodes as we can. As many episodes as we can. Friday then will be and then Friday will be another long taping day, continuing until 7. Where then after that taping session, that would then be it for the week. We'll still do our fun night show Saturday. Will remain the same. So that's really the only changes this semester in terms of the fall schedule. But then on Wednesday, October 15th, that's when our evening portion of the weeklies will be interrupted by an evening class, and that will go for 8 weeks. So we've been through it before, so this shouldn't be different to most of you. So anyway, I got the new program showcase ready, and I'm taking this opportunity to just check everything. Just checking all of the class. I'm just checking all of the information for the. I'm just checking this course to see if I need to install any sort of software. If I need to install any kind of software or anything like that. So I don't think this looks like. So this doesn't look like there's anything about. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything about software that I need to install for this class yet. But then I was talking about the next Cybit class I'm taking, and it was actually it attached a PowerPoint presentation to this, so I want to take a look at it. Yeah, so pretty much from what this looks like, it's going to be pretty much pretty much what I'm going to be doing is mostly the same process that I did with the other Cybit course, which where I'll just do the assignment while do the lab assignments while the lecture is going. So, assuming that I'm going to be in pretty much the same Cybit classroom that I was in for that cybersecurity course, I'm going to be once again dazzled by that same powerful PC that I had before. I have a PC as powerful as the one I have now. Yeah, as one I have now. That HP Z2 desktop PC that has like a 10th generation i7 processor, 32 gigabytes of memory, and 2 terabytes of NVMe SSD storage. But now I've made my micro even more powerful. Well, it only has an 8th generation, but at least it's good enough to run Windows 11. It's got 32 gigabytes of RAM and 3 terabytes of internal storage, a 2 terabyte mechanical hard drive, and the 1 terabyte NVMe drive, which serves as the boot drive for Windows. So, the micro I'll be using as like a sort of a post production PC. So, a computer I'll be using for post production of our shows because I made the storage so large. So now I'll just take all the episodes off the computers, move them onto that PC, and that's where everything will be stored. And then that's where everything is going to be stored. And then when we're ready to commence post production and then when we're ready to get the episodes edited, I'll of course get to work on that. I got Clipchamp all set up on here, and I told it not to sign into anything else. Just the Clipchamp app and no other services, not even Windows. Because I want to make sure that this thing stays with a local account and does not go to a Microsoft account like Microsoft wants. And it was actually the first assignment of the Cybit class I was talking about quite a lot. That's how I had to download the virtual machine of the Windows 11 Enterprise evaluation of the previous version, that 23H2 to be exact. It's kind of obvious too because the Home and Pro editions of 23H2 will be reaching end of service a month after Windows 10. But since that's a commercial edition of 11, it will get another year of updates. And I've already made a plan. I've already planned out when I'm going to be making the switch on my two remaining PCs. A lot of my machines are already on 24H2, so now I have two computers left, and those are the only. My two main Dell systems are the only other ones that are left on that are still on 23H2. So I'll make the switch either before the October security update comes out, or I could rather wait till 25H2 releases because I heard it's going to be a future enablement package. That's the kind of update that we're going to be getting this year, just like with 23H2. So it'll go pretty quickly. But I have to be on 24H2 first before I can do that. Because as many of you all know, I've been steering away from 24H2 for a while. But now with the end of 23 H2 on the horizon, it's time for me to start moving my other computers over to the new release. So I'm just taking a look at all of the syllabuses, all the information for these classes. That flood advisory and flood warnings are for the DuPage River at Shorewood. Or has that flood warning been allowed to expire? So this is so pretty much that class is gonna fall. Oh, they've both been allowed to expire, and they weren't river flood warnings; they were just aerial ones. So pretty much that's gonna follow the same format. You do the lecture in class, and you get a discussion question at the end, and then you gotta do it the next day or something. This other networking class looks familiar too, because this one, it's basically the same thing. Also, there's a lab assignment and then a discussion question, and I believe this here, yeah, is the same story. There's 4 exams in the course plus the final, which actually I think it's not too bad. So that's actually the good thing. So both of those classes are going to follow the same format basically, but that cloud security course that does not start until that doesn't start till October. So looking at all of those, looks like we're good. I could utilize the planner to put down any sort of assignments or anything.
Elephants, VLC media player window.
They're going to be on the road again. All right, good on that. I'll keep it on that. All right, one more thing I gotta take care of here, and then I'll get ready for my lunch break. All right, told you that'd be pretty fast. Now we'll get the GWES weekly, and then I see Amtrak 4 pulled in because that was going to be the next thing we're going to check. So then I'll just check on California Zephyr 6 and number 8, and then I'll take my lunch break here since I'm going to go pretty quickly on those two. Yeah, my recom actually got a lot more than that. A whole lot more.
Episode, VLC media player window.
They're now starting to rebuild its list. So yeah, my recon got 16 alerts in total as it repopulates its alert list from the trip because I had to take out the batteries out of it. Now, before I go to lunch, let's see. Alright, let's see where the other two Amtraks are. So Mount Pleasant, it's not showing what time it went past the camera.
Welcome head to VLC
Oh, here it is. So 3 local orders on it again. And then Detroit Lakes for the builder. And I still have to go back on that Comcast, which I will do. Which I will do in a little bit. 7:59.
Okay, here we go. VLC Media Player
Let's turn back the clock a bit. Nothing at the back. $331 and $369, all chargers. Alright, so then we just wait for the Borealis. So let's take care of this while we have the chance. 8, 6, and 4 we already saw. So now we just wait for the evening trains and the afternoon Borealis. I'm glad to hear that all those trains are back on their usual lines after the mayhem in Reeseville, Wisconsin, with the derailment and how Amtrak had to reroute a lot of trains because of that. So it was furthermore exciting that they rerouted the trains through Rochelle, which is so that was pretty rare to see. All right, so all caught up with everything. So with that, we're gonna go ahead now and take our first. Yeah, I got the numbers correct. I hope I did. I'll find out soon enough. But right now, we're gonna take our first commercial break here. We'll go have lunch, and then when we come back, we'll kick off the Roblox fun. All right, welcome back, everyone. Oh, I see number 4 is just now leaving. I didn't see the numbers. 170, 154. All right, there we go. So that takes care of the first part of Amtrak. Now we just wait on the Borealis until later. The meowing sound of cute stray cats are amazing. They are. The most amazing meow I think I've heard by far out of all of these. Pretty neat. I heard about another derailment, this time in Harrisburg. I heard that yesterday. Alright. So now that we're caught up with everything, and now that I've taken care of all the food leftovers, now it's time to start. It's time to start Roblox on its new day. Now, there is something with Cornerstone that I made a promise with. Because they introduced mini golf here. Is that all the picture they got, or is there more? Looks like that's all the pictures they've got right now. They, I don't know if they've made any more, but we'll see when they do. Wonder if I can. Oh, there you go. It looked like I could move around for a second. It looked like I could move around for a moment. Let me open up the task manager so I can see the CPU readings of the device right now while it tries to load all these elements. The RAM is already nearly maxed out. The RAM is already nearly maxed out at 15.2 out of point 0.7. But all right, we'll skip the little thing here. So I made a promise at the end of the last show that we would try mini golf on the next show. So that's what we're going to do. So we're gonna give mini golf a try. Is there like a cost, or is this free? Let's see. Let's play for tickets here. Click on a course sign. Okay, so you don't have to go by a course. So we're gonna play hole 1 first. So, oh, so that's how we control the ball. Interesting. Okay, so we could follow the holes here. So this is the second one. All right, now for the third hole. I guess the scorecard will just move. Okay, so it looks like it does so it costs 50 credits to play. Well, this is a Sunday, so everything is full price. As we've been doing this on Tuesday, this is where everything would be half off, but today, since this is Sunday, it's full price, so. And I don't think we can move anywhere. Can't move around the course diagram, so we're only limited to what we have here. We really don't have any other option. This is hole 7. We just gotta follow the path. So this is the 5th hole. And this is hole 6 right here. This thing is a full 18 holes. On par. Yep. So I guess you could replay a hole you've already played in hopes of getting a better score. The hole in one. This one's going to be hard to navigate. Yeah, you gotta navigate your ball around these things. So it looks like you're given super bogey. So it looks like you're given more than 7, unlike other, just like a standard mini golf here. Yeah, this is a challenge. You have to hit it hard to get it up to the top of the hill and into the hole.
Roblox window. Not a narrator command. 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 Narrator will ignore the next command shortcut. 3. Caps lock on. Caps lock off. A. Caps lock on. Cap W. Cap D. Cap W. Cap D. Cap W. Cap Q.
So the water hazards do count for stroke penalties. Okay, that's good to know. And then that quit button, I'm guessing, ends the hole? Or does it end the hole? Or does it end the entire game?
Cap W. Cap W.
Day 2 marginal. Okay,
Cap
so
D.
9. Okay, so 9 is the maximum.
Cap A, cap double, cap Q.
Okay, so I guess you can't play a hole that's already
Cap
played.
cap A, cap W.
So it
Cap
looks
A,
like
cap
you can't,
S.
so I guess you can't play a
Cap
hole
dub,
you've
cap
already
Q.
played again. So the maximum number of strokes you can do here is 9. Which is good to know.
Cap W.
Here's the next
Cap
one.
Q. Not a narrator command. 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 Not a narrator command.
Let's see here. Oh, dang it, we missed it. There we go.
Cap W. Cap W. Cap D. Cap D. Cap D. Roblox window. Cap W. Cap Q. Caps lock on. Caps lock off.
Huh.
W,
There's
W.
music.
D A Q.
Oh, there's music now that we're getting close. Now that we're like the closest to the building.
Number sign. Number sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign.
W D A W W.
At symbol. At symbol. At symbol. At symbol. At symbol. At symbol.
D S Q.
So that's why we gotta navigate it around a maze. So you have to navigate the ball around a maze to get it to the hole. There we go.
Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent.
Tilde 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 tilde.
Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Speed decrease. Exclamation point. Speed, exclamation point. Speed increased to 35, exclamation point. Dollar sign.
And that's the maximum we can go on this hole.
A W A Q.
Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign.
Like a wall here? Or is it a ramp?
dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. Speed increased to 45, speed increased to 50%.
W A D Q W Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q.
Number sign,
3 3 3
player window,
3 3
widgets pane, widgets,
ampersand 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 ampersand. D D D D D D D D S.
Why are we focusing on the widgets?
desk, go down to a restaurant, not a narrator command.
Not a narrator command.
not a narrator command, not a narrator command, not a narrator command, not a narrator command.
Q
Not a narrator command, not a narrator command, not a narrator command.
D
So then when we
E
exit,
W
there you go. So there you go. Then you get your results right here. So there's your results right there. So 88 was our final score, 29 from par. So par bonus of 30 tickets, and that's basically what we got. So no tickets from score. So is there like a chart or anything how this goes?
A D
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's all the ticket values for each hole. This is based on par. Get a par on a hole for a bonus
W
of 5. So
A
I did it on
A D
So I did it on 6 holes in this whole
D
game. So that's where the 30
D
where
A
the total 30 bonus tickets comes from. So that's interesting that they've added a
A.
mini golf game into this. So I like that idea.
A
But there was one game we never played.
D A
There was one
A.
game
A.
we never played when we were here last time.
D
And somewhere along these walls is that game in question.
D W W
Yep, here it is right here.
Q.
Along these walls.
Left arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Down up arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Not a narrator command. Up arrow, left arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, left arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow. Up arrow, right arrow, down arrow, right arrow, up arrow, left arrow, left arrow, up arrow, down arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, right, up arrow, up arrow, right arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, right arrow, up arrow, down arrow, up arrow, up left arrow, left arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, left arrow, right arrow, down arrow, up arrow, left arrow, right, left arrow, up arrow, left arrow, down arrow, up right, down arrow, up right arrow, up arrow, down arrow, up down arrow, left arrow, down arrow, left arrow, up arrow, down left arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up down arrow, left arrow, right arrow, up arrow,
Sound effect.
down arrow, down arrow, right arrow, up arrow, down arrow, right arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, down arrow, up arrow, left arrow, up left arrow, left arrow, left arrow, left arrow, down arrow, left arrow, left arrow, up left arrow, down arrow, up arrow,
That was easy.
right arrow, down arrow, right arrow, left arrow, down arrow, up arrow, down arrow, up arrow, up arrow, left arrow, up down arrow, left arrow, up arrow, up arrow, down arrow, right arrow,
Oh my gosh. That was intense. That was
W, D,
intense.
D.
It's almost intense when you get later on. When you get
D,
later on in the
W,
game, that's where it
D.
really gets intense.
D.
exiting
I'm
narrator,
gonna go and shut David up. Because it's gotten too wild here. Yeah, that's how much it costs. 11 credits to play one of these games. I mean, if it's not with the half off, you really don't get to play that much. That's what I think. 90 times 10 minus 40. Yeah, let's put it all at risk. Times 3. $2,580. And that's gonna start paying them out. Speed curve. What's this about?
Jets.
Okay, simple idea. Oh, here are the escalators I was looking for. These are the escalators I was looking for last week. And I took a different route instead. There's a little dog. You can pet that if we have a credit left at the end. Yeah, this is only week 2, so I gotta remember the new setup. Where I'll be. Where did that Tringo game go? You know, the game where you gotta... You know, the game where you gotta put down all the blocks and stuff? Oh, there it is. Right here.
DLC Media Player window.
And that's the end of that. Bonus points, $3.99.
Shine your light on me. DLC Media Player
Yeah,
window.
3 is usually the cost of most of these games. This one's 3. This one's 8. So, this Roland thing is actually the most expensive one of this whole thing. Let's play the Roland. Let's play the 3000 mode. Survival, golf, like all blitz 3000. Let's play the 3000. Entirely built into each one. So you can decide package Just 16,000, no bonuses. Trailway, what's this about? Oh yeah, that's right, you have to trace the path. 2225? That's right, you gotta trace the path.
Work on the fly. VLC Media Player window.
Play this one now. That's the Crater Master jackpot. Kaboom. It's demolition.
VLC Media Player window. VLC Media Player window.
Can make it. I see you have to do it in a limited amount. What concept of the game? Now, where was that wheel game where you had to avoid, let's see, getting caught? Let's see if we can find it. There's the Wheel of Fortune. There's this Long Dao Chinese game or something like that. Like a coin pusher.
VLC Media Player.
I don't know if it's anywhere to be found. But wait, if it's not on the first floor, why don't we check the second floor? Why don't we check the second floor? Or did it get moved? Maybe he's not here no more. That's a shame. Alright, well, we'll go ahead and spend the rest of our credits on this game here. Then we'll go to Arcade Island.
Take me to the circus.
I don't have any credits to spend, so that. Well, that was good. Got to try out the mini golf thing. All right, Arcade Island is where we're heading next. And since this is a weekend, I'm not expecting any discounts either, as they usually do have price on Thursdays. Yep, every game is full price. Even this one.
granted.
VLC Media Player Link.
Try again or not? Okay, there he is. Alright, so I get my chance. Ah, dang it. We gotta go again. We gotta keep trying. $50 points shy. Even on a new day, we still can't stop getting called in. It's great. Alright, now back to the game here.
Quadruple air. Triple air. Quintuple air. Quadruple air. Triple air. Quintuple air. Triple air. Double air. Quadruple air. Double air. Quintuple air. Triple air. Quintuple air. Quintuple air. Double air. Quintuple air. Quintuple air. Triple air. Triple air. Quintuple air. Quadruple air. Quintuple air. Quintuple air. Quadruple air. Quintuple air. Quintuple
Ah, dang it. Wasn't fast enough. Big bass.
Access granted.
Quadruple air. Air. Quadruple air. Quintuple air. Quintuple air. Quintuple air.
VLC Media Player window.
Let's play some Monopoly now. Play again? Sure, let's play again. I just watched last night's random character stream. And that last puzzle we did, that one took a long time.
This is the Arcade Player DLC Media Player window.
That's the game. Indeed, that's the game. Alright, we'll play this 2 more times. And I'll spend the final 7 credits on the Big Bass Wheel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so it is. Positive, encouraging Caleb.
Deborah, VLC Media
Will I be lucky with the in my mobile? Yes, I will. Gotta wait for the machine to finish.
VLC Media Player.
Alright, let's go take care of that BJM weekly right here. Let's take care of that first before we march on any further with the game here. Alright. What's this? Northeastern Rails in RO scale. Let's try this one and see what that's about. That's funny because mine also issued a local SPR. Let's check Pittsburgh and see. Oh, I see it now for Westmoreland. Why didn't his logger pick it up? That's odd. Alright. So let's see what we have here. Oh, okay, there we go. All the elements finally loaded. So let's see. What is this? Northeast Regional or something? Sure don't look like it. Oh, Consist Editor. Well, we could get the Consist of locomotives. Then eventually we can move it around and
YouTube window. Scan. Not a narrator command. Not a narrator command. Not a narrator command. Not a narrator command. YouTube window. YouTube window. Rope scan off. Tap. 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 YouTube scan off. Tap. 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 Space. Tap. 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 Roblox window, not a narrator command, Roblox
W.
scan, not a narrator, scan off, scan, not a narrator command, not a narrator command, not a narrator command, not a narrator command, item cannot take focus, item cannot take focus, no next heading level 1, no next heading level 2, Roblox, restore Roblox, no text, close Roblox, no text. Stop capture Roblox, scan off, Roblox window. Roblox window.
oh yeah, the narrator's on it. It's saying things. But yeah, that's not the greatest game in the world. Alright, Sensor World it is then.
$sign,
W.
space, space, cap W,
W.
not a narrator command, not a narrator command, not a narrator command, scan off,
W.
A,
F. W.
D,
W.
A,
D. W.
D, A,
W.
A,
W.
space,
W.
D, space, space, space,
W.
D, A, space, D,
So 8:15 a.m.
D,
was when
W.
everyone
A,
woke this
A,
morning.
A,
W.
A,
W. W.
space,
Double.
space, 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 D,
S.
A,
W.
A,
W. W.
A,
W. W.
Space.
A. W. W.
Space.
A. 1. 1. A. 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 W. A.
Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, space, dollar sign,
W.
Narrator will ignore the next command shortcut.
5. 5. 5. 5.
Not a narrator command, not a narrator command. Character reading off. Character reading on. Character reading off. Input learning on. 1. Input learning off. Not a narrator command. Roblox window. Not a narrator command, 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 not a narrator command. Character reading on, grave accent, not a narrator command, not a narrator command, cap W, not a narrator command, scan, not a narrator command, not a narrator command, not a narrator command. Unavailable. Unavailable, unavailable. Not a narrator command. Item has no primary action. Item has no primary action. No next landmark. No next landmark. Unavailable, unavailable, unavailable. No next heading level 2. Exiting narrator. YouTube window, scan. Item has no primary action. Unavailable. Taskbar pane, scan off.
W. Tilde. 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 Tilde.
Space.
Tilde.
Space.
1. W. W.
Grave accent. Grave accent.
D. W. A. A.
At symbol. 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 Percent sign. Percent sign.
Underscore. Underscore. Underscore.
Alright, so let me put in what we have so far.
W.
Dollar sign. 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 Dollar. 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 Dollars. Dollar. Dollars. Dollars. Dollar sign. 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 Dollars. Dollar. At symbol. 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 Space.
W. W.
Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. percent sign, space, percent sign, space, percent sign, cap, percent sign, 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 cap, percent sign, happy W, percent sign, percent space, percent sign, 5, W, left arrow, up arrow, right arrow, up arrow. Down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow. 3, 3, 4, 5. W, W, 2, W, E, space, W, 5, 6, W, 6. Cap D. Number sign, 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 cap D. Number sign, cap W, W, W. Cap D. Cap E, cap E, cap E, cap E, cap E, cap E. Cap R, cap W, cap D. Cap D, cap D. Cap D.
Well, this time WHC picked it up.
Space.
Like last time. It was horrible.
Space. Cap E, cap E, cap R, cap R, cap R, cap R, cap R. Cap D, space. W.
Solve the mystery. VLC Media Player window.
W D 2 W D W S W
Oh, that's interesting. These things actually move.
W W W W W space D A W W W W W W W space W double space cap E cap D cap W cap W cap W cap W cap W cap E W E cap R W space cap D underscore cap A underscore cap underscore cap D cap underscore W space W D W A W
A W D A W W E C E Q A D W Q E R
I suppose I want to pick
E
the big one.
R space Q
What you laid on that one.
E R A Q
Too early.
R E F D
That's
D
it. We're only down to 7.
W Happy number sign dollar sign space space number sign A W W A
But you can't grab some of the paint.
W W A W number sign W space number sign dollar sign cap space cap exclamation point at symbol E R Q F A escape L enter percent sign exiting narrator
Okay. That's enough of the percent sign and all those other weird and wacky characters. Let's go take care of that KZP weekly before we proceed. Actually, forget it. There's a demo with the same. All right, that's that. Oh yeah, I just realized I didn't unmute, but there we go. Chuck E. Cheese's Grapevine, Texas. Studio C GUI. You can play around with Studio C controls. Kid check. Please wait to be seated. Okay, that's all taken care of. But yeah, This just looks like a pretty much a typical Chuck E. Cheese, except jackpot values of 500. You don't usually see that.
VLC Media Player window.
However, it doesn't look like the ski ball's working correctly. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it does not look like the ski ball is working correctly. But yeah, here's those tube slides that all little kids enjoyed. There's some other Chuck E. Cheese exclusive machines. I actually can't operate it. That's a shame. That's a shame. You can't really operate the machine. Too bad this doesn't have the iconic sound effects. The iconic sound effects of that machine. Such a shame those effects are not present here. The bonus here is 250, so gotta do it in time.
VLC Media Player window.
Basically, that's it. That's basically what it is. It's just your it's just your standard typical Chuck E. Cheese. Nothing special to report. Remember this game? Traffic lights. This classic game on traffic lights. Something we haven't played in a while. No, I do not want to buy Easter eggs. I want to drive this go-kart. Wonder where those arrows lead us to. Does that lead us to something like the underworld or something?
VLC Media.
Alright, that's the end of that one.
Orchestra play for me. VLC Media Player window.
White light means fully charged. Alright, let's continue now. Too bad trains don't run here in this game. As much as I would have loved to see that happen. Train stops here. Welcome to Canada Island. Interesting name.
VLC Media Player.
Kevin Way. Five years? That was 22. 7 years now. Island Boulevard.
Elephants. VLC Media Player window. Tunnel 1. VLC Media Player window.
Just in case you were wondering, the smoke is actually mist.
Whatever floats your boat. VLC Media Player window.
One. Like a restaurant.
Puppy, here we come. VLC Media Player window.
Oh, let's see. RL Scale Model Railroad. I think I remembered this game. Yep, it looks exactly as I remember it. And I see they've added some new trains too. Let's see if I can move the let's see if I can move this. Alright, let's regenerate this whole thing.
It's a lizard. VLC Media
Wow,
Player
I can't
window.
move. That's dumb. Oh no, they're clashing.
Chores. VLC Media Player window.
All right, we're still waiting for that train to clear before we can continue.
course, the mic happened to cut out, but now we don't have any sound from the game. Oh well, I guess this will have to do. I could reload the game, but I'm not going to bother waiting.
The Snowy Realm song. DLC Media Player window.
So here's what we're going to do instead. We're going to turn around right here. And we're going to go north on 55. So we're going to go north. Obviously, we're only showing the freeway portion. Now, we're going to stay in this. Now, we obviously have to remain on this side because this is where the Weber Road exit is. And exit. This is where I would then go on to the college. So then we'll take the diverging diamond and head south on 55. Then we cross over. And then we take a sharp left turn. And then down the ramp. And then we go south on Interstate 55. And then we pretty much just follow it the whole way. Then we pretty much just follow 55 the whole way through. I'm going to get in the right-hand lane because we're going to need this lane to get off of the expressway.
At the Valley. DLC Media Player window.
That's Renwick Road. And then we'll exit here. And then in the middle of the way home, my father says, we got to get some gas. And this is where we would go into the Costco. Now, this little road here is actually an instant connection between Renwick and the Costco. So this is what we have of Renwick right now. There's no railroad signal here. There's supposed to be a lake. There's supposed to be a house there. But there isn't. There's supposed to be a frontage road. There is a frontage road. And this is sort of how quickly you can get from my town to another one of my relatives. It's a very easy and it's a very simple ride. It's a very simple ride, let me tell you. And then we just continue into downtown Lockport. By once again crossing the Des Plaines River. And up ahead is the very least used Metro Heritage Corridor.
DLC Media Player.
And then we just follow. Then we just follow Renwick. Let's see how far they made this. Wow, they didn't get far with it. But here, that is supposed to be a stretch that leads up to Interstate 355. Now I'll go ahead and exit the game for now. But let's check out the old classic Railway Province next. Good, I get the option to turn the music off.
SMP DLC Media Player window.
Explosion imminent. Evacuate the facility immediately.
Escape the energy core explosion. Ten seconds left. Escape helicopters leading. Unlocked all of these effects. And will regenerate shortly. I and a few other people survived. This is the original, but then there's another version, but it doesn't have all these disasters.
Sun. Beautiful sun.
Here's that
VLC
railroad
media
tunnel,
player window.
or whatever. There are a whole ton of weird and interesting crossing setups throughout this game. This one here.
VLC media player window.
Wait, what was that? Food menu. Oh, you could have a little picnic here. Cool.
Go down to the restaurant. DLC Media Player window. Nobody knows. DLC Media Player window.
Take a video too? But then where do we go to view them? That's the question. I guess everybody wants a tornado to happen next. Warning, tornado warning. Seek shelter now. Seek shelter now. I've already been sucked up. Hold on to your umbrella to stay safe. Now here we want to get far, far away. So good, we can hold on to the umbrella while we're driving on the road. And the numbers decreasing. Well, now it's up to an EF3. The number's growing. So the number is still growing. Actually, now it's decreasing. Now it's up to EF4.
VLC Media Player window.
Okay, the number's decreasing. And now the tornado is at the highest speed possible, EF5. It's this powerful now that we're nearing the end. The tornado is only getting faster and faster. We have about a minute left of this insanity. Why did I not think of that? Okay, now it's crashing. Okay, now the distance. 10 seconds left. Tornado has stopped. Survived. The tornado has dissipated.
Checking out VLC Media Player window.
Wanted to visit Railway County Beach before I was respawned. What is this, a hot tub in the middle of the beach? That's neat. That's really the only thing of this kind in this game. Which I found, this is, well, really neat then. Windows 10 updates on a 2008 compact Presario. Alongside Windows 11 43H2 Part 2. Oh gosh. I also got 287 New Jersey. The Day 1 update, which doesn't look to be anything too much. Metro inbound delayed. Oh yeah, the first of 3 videos of singing with that macaw. Good gracious. Gosh. And now it's this, and now it's a new edition of this Red Bird. Oh gosh. Surprised to find this here on a beach. Especially one of this kind. There are meteors falling from the sky. Avoid getting hit. How are they supposed to crash through the building? Through the ceiling? Is it supposed to leave a hole in the ceiling or something? Or do they go through areas like this too? Yeah, on the ground I see a target.
Rapidly rising floodwaters have been reported in the Cedar Creek area. For your safety, move immediately to So emergency management. Flash flooding is observed along the Cedar Creek. Rapidly rising floodwaters have been reported in the Cedar Creek area. For your safety, move immediately to higher ground. Do not delay leaving to gather any belongings or make efforts to protect your home. An evacuation shelter has been established at Ruidoso Community Center. You can find more information by tuning into 1490 AM or social media channels.
And that's all they got to say, huh?
Shine your light on me.
You could actually ride your own, you could actually ride your own speedboat here, which is cool. And I could even ride this boat on land. What? How is this possible? I could literally ride a boat on land. Try to catch up to it and regain control. I could bring speed down to 0.
Superheroes. VLC Media Player window.
We can go all the way down to 0. Then we can jump off the boat. This feels pretty spectacular, doesn't it? As spectacular as that red bird.
Duffy Smith spread. VLC media player window.
It's 15 times more effective at fighting the
All right.
Song. VLC media player window.
So let's get back into the car and continue our ride around. Huh, this is interesting note. Dear passengers, please do not rob the planes. We are already 25,277 points in debt from the 86 health code violations we received from the federal health inspectors. Love pilots. Oh gosh. Where do we spawn an airplane?
Trick or treat. VLC media player window.
See what happens if we board one of these aircraft. That plane goes even faster. It doesn't even give me enough time to get on the plane at all. Why does the airplane always go so fast? It goes so quickly, it doesn't even give me enough time to get on the frickin' aircraft. It goes so fast, it doesn't even give me enough time to board the plane. Which is lame. It's very lame. It's not, it just goes so fast, and it doesn't even give me enough time to board. Alright. Oh, wasn't supposed to do that. Your walk speed is slower because you are at low health. That's what the sign was. Might as well end it there. So that's what happens when you rob an airplane. So that's why the plane was going so fast. What does this button do? I don't think this button does anything. So that's good to know. So if you try to rob an airplane, so yeah, that's good to know. If you try to rob an airplane, you're wanted. But of course that status does not change. So. Just get a good chance if the temperature is there. So then I guess your status gets changed. But I believe you can still drive around. But I believe otherwise you could still drive around no problem. I guess I must not have been paying attention to the sign. So that's why the plane was going so fast. It was to make that difficult. It was to make it difficult to achieve what I just did. Slender? Okay. He's near. You know what? I'm not going to chance it. So we're gonna play another game we. So we're gonna play another game we haven't gotten to, guys. So, I guess that is. So I guess that's what that note was for. So I guess that's what that note was for. At the front of that airport. If you rob an aircraft, you're immediately wanted by the police in that game. So that is good to know. So, we'll spend the remainder of our time here before we go to break by wrecking and destroying San Francisco to get all the anger out of me.
Player. VLC Media Player window.
Become a wanted criminal and avoid getting caught by police. That's what it is. That's what the description of that game says. So, if you end up becoming wanted, you have to try and avoid. You have to avoid the police from catching you. Because if they find you, then of course I have not seen it yet, but this is gonna be. So I'm guessing once they find me and they throw me in jail and I serve my time in the game, well, jail time in terms of the game sense, and I'm guessing that's when the status would then be changed to no. Well, then it would then be changed back to citizen. So, or if that's how that works. But I'm sure the next time we play that game, it's gonna be sort of an experience.
Emergency management. Special is observed in Brady Canyon. Rapidly rising flood waters have been detected in the Brady Canyon area. For your safety, immediately to higher ground or shelter in place on high green. Do not cross low waterways. Our info can be found by tuning into 1490 AM and 90 FM.
Alright, let's reset the map. So let's reset the map, and then we'll try just the bridges and see if we get a different effect.
Hello, Plainfield.
Oh, hi.
VLC media player window.
I recently ordered a BC370 CRS.
BC370 CRS off of eBay.
New in box, too.
Yeah, you don't get. Yeah, we don't find these old radios with their original boxes very. In fact, that's very kind of rare to see or uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
Especially a radio as rare as that one.
Yeah.
My goodness. The bridges on this, without even a single building destroyed, they disappear much faster than before.
This was I bought on the 14th. It should be here by the 21st.
So the 14th, that was a Thursday. That was Thursday. So that was Thursday. So now we're wrecking Yerba Buena Island. There we go. Every building has been taken off of, and there we go. Now the island has been stripped clean of everything. Buildings. Well, almost everything, but well, all buildings have been taken out. Well, too bad. Now everybody is stuck on the island because there's no bridges to get off of it. There's no bridges to get into San Francisco or even Oakland. But now we can go ahead and get rid of the... And this will be the finishing act. Oh, I see. This game brought back the old sound effect too.
Oh, there's another one listed on eBay for $60.
All right. All right.
Supermarkets. Not a narrator command.
Not a narrator command. Alright, well, I hate to do it. There we go. Secondary's off the air. Yeah, exiting narrator. It's not that there's not like there's anything wrong.
Take your water out and everything?
Yeah, I don't need that repair immediately part. Alright. Well, now it's time for us to take a much needed break from this Roblox fiasco. And then when we return, we will Alright, welcome back everyone with about an hour or so to spare. Well, not really to spare, but really we have about an hour left of our show here. As we're starting to get everything back online. I hate having to go through this. I mean, I absolutely hate having to go through this. Because I was just thinking during that break. I run wireless connections with the Ethernet cable active, and it works. It just works fine. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I don't know what it is, but. Alright. My mother's trying to start drama again with me. This is what I did not go back on. So we're going to take care of them. We're going to take care of these before we even continue on with anything else. But I was still in the middle of driving around in my Minecraft world. So I was in the middle of driving around my Minecraft world. So now I gotta find my way back home before we do, as I said, have to play catch up first. before we even do anything else. So we're going to play catch up, and then we'll play the final games of this week's Roblox show. This is only the first part. This is only the first week we're doing this. But I know this is a huge I know this what we have to go through every Sunday. I know this is a huge inconvenience to many of you, but unfortunately my parents aren't even giving me a choice. They're just forcing us offline just for that one thing. Okay. And I was just thinking too, that security update. Why did this not refresh? There we go. Alright, let's get the secondary back up. And I was actually just now thinking she might have shut that PC down without even doing the software update. I'm gonna check. Okay. So this is where we didn't get to. Actually, I'm going to see if that's tied to anything later. Okay. This local emergency is up first. Oh, I didn't mute that. There we go.
Alright, so while we're waiting, let's check Galesburg and see if the remaining Amtrex showed up. This one.
Chesapeake Bay North, Full Island, Maryland, until 6:45 p.m. and 5:40 p.m. A severe thunderstorm located.
Or we could maybe instead shorten the Roblox show to 3 p.m. Or maybe, well, two things. We could either do it in separate halves, or we could shorten the show completely down to just a few like hours, to 3 hours instead. Alright, this guy's next.
Until 7 p.m. At 4:49 p.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorm.
Okay, so Amtrak 5 is late today.
Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen.
So I'll have to wait a bit longer.
Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses.
Alright, so now we need the afternoon Borealis.
Experience flash flooding include Lubbock, Texas Tech University, downtown Lubbock, Lubbock South Plains Mall, Lubbock International Airport, and Lubbock Science Spectrum. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded routes. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive through the roads.
This one is next.
We have issued a severe thunderstorm in southern New Jersey, northeastern Burlington County, and southern New Jersey, southwestern Putnam County, and central New Jersey until 6:45 p.m. At 6:01 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Morgantown, 8 miles southeast of Trenton, southeast at 25 miles.
Alright. Now let's check and see if the evening Borealis came through. If it did, it would have showed up around 5 p.m. .516 is when it came through. Alright. Builder number 7 is not too far behind. And cheese are done. Now we just wait for Zephyr number 5 to arrive in Galesburg. And then we will be good to go. Right now we still have some catching up to do, and then we'll finish up our Roblox show before
with the remaining time we have before dinner is served. Okay, moving on then.
PM. Strong thunderstorms were located along and extending from near Upper New York Harbor to 9 nautical miles northwest of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge to 10 nautical miles north of South Atmore, southeast at 20 knots. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater and small hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Strong thunderstorms will be near Upper New York Harbor around 6:05 p.m. The Narrows Bridge around 6:10 p.m. Lower New York Harbor and Rockaway Inlet around 6:25 p.m. Raritan Bay and Jamaica Bay around 6:35 p.m. Boaters should seek safe harbor immediately until these storms pass. Wind gusts 34 knots or greater, small hail, high waves, lightning, and heavy rain are expected with these storms. If caught on the open water, stay below deck if possible. Keep away from
Zephyr 5 now says a 6:01 p.m. arrival into Galesburg. Alright, this one is next. And that looks to be everything.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe County in Central Narrow, Montgomery County in Central Narrow, Southeastern Fred County in North Central Maryland, Northeastern London County in Northern Virginia, North Central Fairfax County in Northern Virginia until 7 p.m. At 6:12 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Ballinger Creek to near Port of Rocks to near Leesburg, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles.
Not to go to. Well, that flash flood warning that's coming last, we're going to do that along with the weekly that's on there in Comcast.
Leesburg, Homey, Devalued, Lansdowne, Lowe's Island, Louisville, Aspen Hill, Potomac, Ashburn, Montgomery Village, Sterling, North Potomac, Red, Wolf Trap, Creek Fall, and Countryside. Prepare immediately for damaging winds.
Okay. Now to WJON to finish the set. This one is next.
Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 0.5 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 0.75 to 1.25 inches in 1 hour. Small amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the Warren area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Newark, Elizabeth, Bayonne, Plainfield, Clinton, Summit, Milburn, Harrison, Port Richmond, Clark, Union, Irvington, Westfield, Broadway, Maplewood, Scotch drown when encountering flooded roads. Used to flood damage to current vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until no.
Alright. Now, where's that RWT at? Right here. And I think that's the only one. But let's be sure. Oh, here's the builder. Here's builder number 7. I didn't hear the bell, because it was so freaking quiet. And there it goes off to its next stop in Columbus. Alright, now we just wait for Zephyr number 5 to arrive in Galesburg, and that will be the last one. And we will put Comcast together after we have dinner tonight. Actually, this whole thing. Alright. So, now ready to continue here. We're gonna go into the doghouse place. Oh wait, why do I have... Why? No, I don't need the task manager. I have the resource monitor. Alright, let's open this door. I need to get all that and that is to send the closest I can get to an emergency action notification. Nuclear power plant.
This is a very deadly situation. The following message is transmitted at the request of the local nuclear power plant. A nuclear power plant warning has been issued. All residents within 50 miles of the plant shall immediately proceed to a shelter and remain there until further notice. A life-threatening emergency is occurring. Turn off all home air systems, close windows and doors, and proceed to a shelter as fast as possible. Do not wait. Do not wait.
Well, sometimes maybe just sending something like that in this game is not going to be enough. But in this case it did, because I had already calmed myself down after all the drama I'd been through while we were going off the air and everything. But then I guess now that that's over... What is this thing that just fell from the ceiling? Is that for this fan? Or light? That's odd. You know what I need after I've just been through? I need a nice warm bath. Nice. to the faucet. There you go. Let's fill the sinks up too while we're at it. And that's a bit sharp. To turn it into the ultimate water park. Such a shame these buttons don't do anything. Alright, that's the highest they can go. We can go ahead and turn the faucet off. Come on. There we go. And the sinks are up at their maximum level too, so we'll turn those off. Shower we can just turn off completely. Yeah, I need a nice, warm, rejuvenating bath after I've just been through. It's too bad I don't get that kind of luxury here in the real world. I haven't had that kind of luxury in so long. If only. You know, if only. That's the fan. Where's this light turn on? That turns on these. That turns on nothing. Yeah, I need some light. Yeah, and there's a big reason why this tub is larger than any average tub. That's because this is actually a sort of like a jacuzzi. Now I actually found out that's actually what the Timber Ridge Lodge actually has, because I found some video footage of it last night. Was it before or was it? I think it was in between the second and third crazy rounds or whatever I was going through. Here we go, Timber Ridge Lodge. Water Park, no, that's not it. And this place was actually just renovated. So they did more than just upgrade the water park. They actually renovated a lot of elements of the hotel. I can't really click it, so I pretty much just have to type it in and then we can get to it. So there we go. Let's see if there's any okay, here we go, rooms. Now this is one of the two-level suites which we did not get. Now here's what I'm talking about, the bathroom. You see the tub is large. Yeah, here we go. Here's another view of it. this is kind of the room we got. This is what every room has. Let's set the Roblox tub aside and actually, so I can show you the difference between the two of them. So there you go. You can see that's what it looks like in the game, and here's what it looks like here in real life, using Timber Ridge as an example. You can see those jets. That is the jacuzzi. Now, I don't really see like any button or switch that activates it in any way. But I do know this turns on this faucet. This is what activates the shower. Well, because this is a tub shower combo. And then these are for the actual spa jets. This is one of those 2-level suites. This was January 2016, so this was after we arrived, after we stayed there. July of 2021, so that must have been after the... No, that was before the water park renovation, because I see the... I don't know what that's meant to represent. Is that meant to represent an oak tree or something? Or is that just a tree? Or is that just there to represent a tree? I don't know. Yeah, here's another look. And I think this was the setup that we most likely had. But yeah, it's too bad we can't activate the jacuzzi in this area. But we actually got one of the smaller room categories. Well, it didn't have a second room, but it didn't have a second bed upstairs. But we did have yeah, this is the kind of setup we got that it got me. Where the couch folded out into a bed. That's the kind of setup I have been getting throughout the many hotels I've stayed at. So many of them, but then there's been few of them where I had my own bed. You know, this is a nice option to, you know, having a hot tub right in the comfort of your own bathroom. I mean, that does sound like a pretty neat concept. But I guess in some way that kind of gets me to rethink about potential opportunities for that kind of thing. So if I ever So basically, if I ever go looking for my own house, I personally would like one that comes with a pool, a hot tub, and a separate bathtub and a shower. But a house like that is actually quite expensive. Very expensive, in fact. I'm not even gonna bother doing all of the, you know, research and calculations. Well. Oh. Well, that means it must be time for my dinner is waiting. So we'll see what kind of good meal he's cooked up for us tonight.
Alright. Well, let me go enjoy. Let's go enjoy dinner. And then I'll come right back and we'll wrap up the Roblox show for this week.
All right, that was only the first part. That was only the first part of the meal. Going to give me the... Oh, I muted it because I was going to do the destroy the city game, but I changed my mind. So we're going to play Fireworks Playground now. Game that we've certainly played before. Now, where did all my stuff go? Oh, it's all still here. Now I thought, why don't we mess around with Fireworks Playground tonight? Because, and this is a big coincidence too, because tonight is the conclusion of Montgomery Fest, which will conclude with a fireworks display that will be launched on the other side of the Fox River, Austin Street. So yeah, this is how Montgomery Fest is going to end tonight, with an impressive fireworks display. I don't know how impressive it will be, but since we're not going to try and prevent Montgomery Fest from getting canceled again, we're just going to do our own fireworks show. That will take us to the actual main course. We're going to add on to this, so... Lighter. Alright, then we can light the fuse on everything. Oh god. Rent the barge. Yes. Yeah, enough. Yes, I would like to rent. Alright, we can buy equipment. Alright, so we can get rid of this lighter here. We'll have to go back to the shop to get more. So, return to dock. My barge is still there waiting. So if we want to get more, we'll have to go to the shop to do so. Oh my god. Okay, that's peaceful. These chasers are actually brand new, so we'll buy that. Factory Fallout. I wonder what that's about. Rainbow Chaos. Sure. This too. Let's buy this too. And there's 120 of these. Okay. We shouldn't be buying too much. Alright, let's equip the new ones. Whiplash. Buckshot Blast, of course. Chasers. And that's all we can do. Let's take off the Loud Streets. Oh wait, that takes it off the inventory. Yeah, let's equip. And we're going to equip the Rainbow Chaos in its place. Okay, now let's head back to the dock and try to shoot off our show. Gosh. Use A or D to steer the rocket. You could actually fly your own rocket in the sky. It'd be like a crazy stuntman or something. Oh, is that the main course now? That must be the main course waiting. Well, let me get back to the barge first. Or you know what? Yeah, let's go back. Let's go to the barge. Yep, that main course is waiting. Yep, let's teleport to the barge. Alright, I'll just let you watch from here. And we'll set off a really good show once I finish dinner. All right, back from dinner. I see Zephyr number 5 just showed up.
Just BMC.
147 and the 203. Wow, the 203 keeps getting placed on the Zephyr for some reason. All right. Now, are we ready to kick off a spectacular performance? I sure hope so. Wait, why do we only have one of the Whiplash? Am I supposed to? Oh, there we go. It only shows that the first time you're putting it down, and then it shows how many of it you have left. Now at the tablet I can... I'm going to change this to... I'm going to change the fuse speed to 50 milliseconds. Notice, all the fireworks delete 90 minutes. So I think if I remember, we can do 15 at once.
YouTube window, scan, not a narrator command, not a narrator command, unavailable, unavailable, unavailable. Start window, scan off, W, 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 D. Input learning on, 1. Input learning off, character reading off. Character reading on, W, 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 W. Narrator will ignore the next command shortcut, 2. S. 1, W, A, 2, D, D, 6, A, E, D, E, D, A, S.
What's this? Range Road? Macaw versus vacuum cleaner. I see Alvin and the Chipmunks on the screen. It just paused the show. and he breaks the vacuum with his beak. I didn't know that Lafayette was back online. What is this? Thank you, Summer. The end of the 2025 summer season. Well, while it is the end of the summer season, well, the actual season of summer is not really over.
3, W, D, 7, W, D, 9, D, 9, 0, D, 8, D, 1, D, 2, D, A, 3, D, 4, D, 1, 7, A, 4, 6, A, E, D, E, D, E, D, E, D, F, A.
All right.
5, 6.
We're going to light off this show, and then we're going to light off the rest. Ready?
W, E, S.
Oh, wait, that's channel 3.
Exclamation point E, W, E, 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 exclamation point
Oh, God, here we go. Look at it. Let's head back to the dock. Yes, sir.
A, W. number sign, dollar 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 sign, percent sign, percent sign, percent sign, percent sign, percent sign, percent sign, caret, 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 ampersand, asterisk, 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 opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, underscore, 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 underscore.
Gemstones. Underscore, underscore.
Underscore, underscore, A, W, W, E,
Yes, teleport back to
W, D, W, D, 1, 2, W, 2, 3, 4, D, 5, D, 6, 7, D, D, 7, 8, D, 9, D, D, 8, 9, 0, D, 1, D, 2, D, 3, D, A, W, 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 A, W, A, W, S, D, 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 D.
This is my
Is there
favorite
a job
of
I can do for
Chester.
you? VLC Media Player window.
Chester playing wrestling. Putting on a show for the hidden camera. Kiwi's dining scene. What the heck is he munching on? Okay.
D, 3, 5, D, W, 2, 4, D, W, 8, 0, D, 6, 6, 2, 8, D, A, A, D, W, 2, 3, W, W, D, 1, A, 5, 6, W, E, D, E, D, E, D, 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 E, D, E, D, 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 E, D, D, E, D, 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 E, D, E, R. A, W, 3, 2, W, 6, 7, D, D, 8, D, 9, D, A, 3,
This
5,
is for
6,
channel
E,
2.
E, 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 E,
That's
D,
a shame.
W, A, W, W, A, D, W, D, W, W, A, double A, W, 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 W.
8 D W A W S D. Number sign, 4 dollar sign, $1 W dollar sign, percent D percent sign ampersand D. Two, 4, 3 D 5 D 4 D 9 8 D 0 D A W D D D D D D D D 3 7 W.
So this would be 13 for row
A.
2.
D W A W 5 6 W 9 D D S W S. Seven asterisk W D S D A 4 6 W E W space W number sign dollar sign cap W cap S cap W cap W cap D.
Widgets pane, widgets, web content region, widgets, widgets has finished loading. Space. Cap D.
It's always chores that come up by
Space.
surprise. To ruin our show.
Cap A.
E. W.
But now let's get back to this and
Cap D. E.
wrap up this game here. Filter it by coins only, please.
Hey baby, VLC Media Player window.
No. I want to save
W.
my money for better ones.
E. W.
Space. Space. Cap E. Cap E. Cap D.
Bears
Space.
games
Space.
beyond at
Space.
7. That's actually what my father
Space.
told me. He's going to be watching it too. It's one of those preseason training games that are going to be broadcast live.
Cap D.
Because nowadays my father prefers watching the Bears over
Double.
over any other sport.
W.
Not even the
S.
White Sox.
W. 4. 6. At 1.
Alright.
2. D. W. W. S.
Let's go
1.
ahead and line these
D.
up.
2. D. D. 4. D. 5. D. 6. 7. D. 8. D. D. 9. D. D. 9. 0. D. W. D. A. S. 7. 6.
Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. 5. Percent sign. Percent sign.
Oh, there you go. There's your show.
D. W. W. 1. W. 2. D. D. S. 1. 2. 4. 6.
Alright.
D. E. E.
Exclamation.
E. W. D. D. E. 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 D. R.
Exclamation point.
Superheroes.
W.
VLC Media
at symbol D, E, E, A, at exclamation point M, exclamation point, exclamation point, at number sign, at symbol, 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 exclamation point, at symbol, at symbol.
There you go.
Enter.
There's your impressive show.
OBS 3.1. Exiting narrator.
All right. We're going to catch up some more before we continue. So we're going to catch up some more before we continue on. Alright. We only have 5 minutes left because of how long that catch-up process took. Or actually, you know what? How about instead, we wait till we're done with the... Well, instead, we wait till the end of the catch-up process. After I put everything together. So how about after I put it together, then we'll move on to the next part. Alright, so here's where we stand right now. I'm currently editing everything that we have so far. Once that's finished, we will then get to the final game of our Roblox show, and then we'll see what we can fill in. And then we'll see what we can fill in later on. Alright, so that's Canada. And this one is Des Moines. And these two I got live. These two I got live back to back.
The national waves are expected. Weather service in Des Moines.
Folks, don't you worry, we're almost there. Alright. Compilation is all done now. Let me take one final check and make sure that I have everything that we need. Well, we almost do. So I guess we're ready to move on now to the finale, since this is the last one that we need.
At 12 p.m., Gosling indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area.
So we're gonna go and play Crashtown Game Thing, and that will be the last one we do, so.
Are possible in the Warren area. Flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard. Thunderstorm. Source. Radar. Impact. Flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that may experience flash flooding include Lilyboro, Medford, Norfolk, Monmouth,
Oh, great. We got started the frickin' game.
Deaths occur in vehicles.
Let me pull off the road.
Expected to begin shortly. Stitches.
Alright, we better get moving. Alright, I'll choose the first song from the list. Okay. Maybe I wasn't fast enough. Alright. Let's spawn our car somewhere else. There we go. No, that's the wrong seat. There we go. Okay, we have our seat. Alright. Let's start with this one. collide with a forklift. Gosh. That's static. Yeah, that's what I thought. Static. It's on the north side. Probably no way you would be able to pick it up from the northern end. Let's do Supernova next. We'll treat it just like any standard World Watch show that we've ever done. Let's try to take the... Ah, dang it, you can't take the street light. That's a shame. Oh well. Nope, that's not gonna work either. Made it. Made it by a hair. Not to.
VLC media player window.
Alright, what should we try now? This is the version of Sunjammer we'll do. No, we're not doing Ant-Attack next. No, we aren't.
p.m. and 8:12 p.m. 8:12 p.m. Doppler radar.
Was that the same thing?
In the Panhandle of Nebraska.
No, it's different.
7:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time.
Alright.
And 6:29 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. On severe thunderstorms located.
Alright, it's time for the final act. Oh my god, I didn't even flip the wallpaper in here this morning. finish putting it together, we are done. there we go. That puts the nail in the coffin on this week's Roblox show. The first of which on a new day. A new day. Now, yeah, I'm already getting I'm already being flooded with comments, just midway through the midway through the closing segment here, and I'm responding to them on the other PC. So let me get everything in its every product in their places, then I'll start responding to comments. I just want to make sure I have everything in the correct spot. So 732. When was this one? So that's 21.
Take shelter. Sheridan, Nebraska.
And then this one was 739. Okay. Alright, everything is in their place. Yeah, I'm just responding to comments and stuff. Alright, so this guy here finally got back to me, and we were talking for him a bit. I was promoting him about the IT thing that I'm doing for college. He also invited me to his own server that he put together. Now, this is something I could simplify. This is kind of like what my server is, essentially, but except it's... Yeah. I actually have a whole bunch of them. I mean, I got a whole bunch of them. I took them over from my other system before I took that hard drive out and put it in my Dell Micro. But yeah, I guess while we have some time before the KDKA weekly, I guess we can go ahead and explain everything about the whole summer and well, all that sort of stuff. But I gotta say, I mean, while this summer was quite hard for me in terms of actually trying to find some fun, the math course was not fun at all. But otherwise, factoring that out, it was a fun summer. I mean, in the end. I mean, therefore, I'm furthermore happy I got the opportunity to go downtown. Well, particularly downtown Downers Grove. And I am furthermore proud that I got to see a lot of Amtrak's special units. Well, a few of Amtrak's special units and deliveries while I was in downtown. Specifically, the 164 Heritage Unit in one of the old paint schemes. The Operation Lifesaver Unit, number 203. 3 units in total on both 3 and 6. Zephyr and the Chief, respectively. Also, that same Chief was taking 2 refurbished Metrolink cars back to Los Angeles. Someone saw that same consist in Riverside. Somebody else, I believe, saw it in LaGrange. I'm trying to remember. Saw it in LaGrange. I saw it in Downers Grove. Somebody else also went to Naperville and saw that same consist as well. But then, of course, everybody else in Galesburg, Fort Madison, everybody else along
its route, including La Plata, got to see that same consist as well. So essentially, I was one of the first ones to. I was essentially one of the first ones to see it, because that's really the beginning of the Chiefs' journey, all the way west to Los Angeles. So it was pretty exciting because that's a Amtrak train I've been wanting to see in Downers Grove since I started. There was one thing I didn't tell Ralph. I was going to tell him. I didn't tell him that I worked part-time over the summer for the past 3 years. And that's pretty much what sparked the whole Downers Grove row fanning series. It's like of course it's a seasonal series, so I mean it's a seasonal series, and we've just wrapped on the 3rd season of that. We wrapped up on it 2 weeks ago. We've wrapped up the 3rd season. It was August 7th. Tuesday that week, the first time back from West Coast trip, I really hit the jackpot big time. Got 45 minutes worth of trains, and it was now the longest video in the history of the series, but sadly not enough to beat Rochelle. I was hoping for it, but unfortunately that was not what happened. But nevertheless, I had a great time in downtown Downers Grove. I wish that 40M was with me, but now every time I go to downtown Downers Grove just to see the trains go by, I'm kind of picturing F40M being right there next to me. Right there next to me, watching the train at the very same time. At the very exact same time. I only got to see trains with them for only 1 day out of the whole season, which was a little disappointing, but I do understand. And that would be my first time ever going to downtown Downers Grove, so I picked a great day to do that. A very great day to do that, in fact. But then, of course, I'd do it again the next day, and then slowly, start at a different corner, and then slowly but surely creep our way to the station platform. So that's pretty much now. We've pretty much now secured the format for the 4th season when we do season 4 next year. So, as much as I would like to go back, but of course the only thing is, it's gonna be a while, but I'll end up back in Downers Grove someday. I heard my father has a gift card for Egg Harbor Cafe or something. Let's see if I can locate it. Because I think this is as far as I went I think this was as far as I went when I checked out this section of Downers Grove in the season finale. I never went further than that. What is this place?
Summertime. ELC.
Ballydoyle Irish Pub. But maybe at some point later on, I may end up back in Downers Grove at some point during the off season. Maybe once again at some point maybe somewhere else along the racetrack.
Who knows? Maybe I might end up in Western Springs again, or I may even end up back in LaGrange for the first time in God knows how long it's been. But only time will tell. We'll have to see how things pan out over the next several months. But earlier on in today's show, I guess I might as well go ahead and flip the wallpaper. Now there was somebody else who also found me. It was let's see, Computer Guy 5678. He actually likes the same characters that I do. So I thought I'd bring that up. So, but yeah, now that we're mentioning things like that. Okay, why did why did Fort Madison not there we go. Now it's side by side. Well, it was for like split seconds. There we go. All right. If I go back over, I believe this is all going to be in the same class. So if I pull up the syllabus on my phone, hopefully it will work. Oh yeah, it's going to make me verify my identity. I guess it does this as a security measure for when you're signing into devices outside of the organization. So there we go. Now I can view the syllabus for OS Fundamentals on the iPhone. So 10:06. That's office hours. So 10:50 is where it's supposed to be. Now that room actually is, I believe, the same room where I had that other course. I have my parents made me put together pages of 50 million syllabuses and wasting tons of ink, tons of paper, everything like that out of our one of our only lifelines, the printer. Well, this OS Fundamentals is one of the requirements, I believe. But this is gonna, give me a deeper understanding of, of each of these operating systems, that I use on a day-to-day basis. And I believe all the work that's going to be done is basically going to be done on the same computers that I have done all my, that I've done all the other Cybit class, the work that I've done on the other Cybit class on. It's that HP Z2 business desktop tower or more professional one. I don't know, whatever the case. And I told you all about those desktops in the first days of that Cybit class, that first one, cybersecurity. And I told you how powerful those computers were, the most powerful ones that I'd ever used. 32 gigabytes of memory, along with 2 terabytes of internal NVMe storage. Yeah, that's how powerful it was. But now here we are, months after that class had ended. So now I have a powerful computer of my own. The most powerful, in fact. And IT is indeed cool. Especially with, as I said, the part-time job. it wasn't just the fact that I've been going there just to enjoy the trains, but also giving old computers a new lease of life, or at least to the best of my ability. And that was what spawned the Nostalgia Paradise series. I had a concept in place for a long time, but now after many years of after many years of concepts and everything, finally made the series a reality. But then just a reminder, October 14th is when Windows 10 reaches the end of support. So, but here's the thing. Now here's the thing. I still gotta take final pieces of footage of the episode. Now I only have 2 parts left to make. The next part is enrolling my Dell XPS into the Extended Security Update program. I haven't gotten the thing as of yet, but when I do get it, once it receives it, when it does receive it, then I will get it enrolled in the extended updates. It is on the home edition, which is what it came with, so we should be fine. It should let me enroll. It should let me enroll once it's ready. Yeah, it should let me enroll the extended updates when it's ready to go. When it's all ready to go. Now, I wanted to do it, before college, but it seems like it's gonna have to wait till later. But it's fine, because each time I'll use it, I'll keep waiting for the extended security update enrollment thing to come up in Windows Update. And then once it does, on a free day, then on a day that's free, then I will get it and I'll film the footage for enrolling it into the Extended Security Update program and bring that nostalgia episode one step closer to completion. The next phase after that will be installing the final Windows 10 update. Yeah, installing the final update for Windows 10, marking the end of support. Now, here's what I was thinking of doing. I'm going to... Now, I don't know if the Pro Edition also gets the end of support notification. I don't think it does, from at least what I've seen when I've done it. I've only mainly seen it come up on Windows Home. So, what I'm going to do is when I tape the episode, I'm going to utilize the Optiplex small form factor to do this. So, I'll just leave the secondaries information as it is. So what I will do is I will add a second hard drive into the machine. Well, actually, I won't, use it on any sort of internet connectivity because that utilizes, I don't know, or I could utilize the micro, but that would affect the 24/7 format in return, which would be a big problem. So, here's what I was thinking instead. How about I think we can afford to take this. So here's what I was thinking of doing. When I tape the episode, 2 possibilities. The first possibility is to utilize the small form factor PC. Swap out the hard drive with one of my spare SSDs. Install Windows 10 Home on it. I'll get it set up, next month when we get the September security update. And then
It'll be very brief though. And then when that's done, I'll take it out, put a note, and remind myself that that's going to be used for the nostalgia finale when we get the last update. And then I'll put that, and then when it comes time for that final update, I'll just download the update from the Microsoft Update Catalog, put it onto a USB, and swap out the hard drive again on the small form factor, and then plug it into capture card and then just record the footage. When that is done, when that's all done, and then when that's all done, I'll just destroy Windows on that drive. It's just that drive only. And I'm gonna take out the 1 TB drives, that way whatever I do with it does not affect it. And I know this is gonna affect the secondary for quite a bit of time. I know this will affect the secondary for quite a little bit of time. And this will sort of bring a halt to the fall taping cycle to the Sorry and Wheel of Fortune episodes as a result. Or those could continue in the background. When each of those episodes are done, the current episodes that I had go, if I have any going at the time, whichever episodes I then complete, I will wait to start the next ones until I finish the voice recordings for the nostalgia finale. When that's all done, then I'll just put the footage in, do the final voice lines, put the closing, and then that would cap off the final Nostalgia Paradise episode. As for release dates, Wednesday, the 15th, the final update should be out. I won't film it that day, and there's a good reason why. That's because my other evening class starts. Thursday, the 16th. I will be home that day. We won't have any live programs and whatnot going on, so that could be a good opportunity. So Thursday the 16th, I will record the final episode. I will do the final pieces of footage for the last episode. And then Friday the 17th is when the final Nostalgia Paradise episode will release, which is currently the plan. So currently the plan is Thursday the 16th. Install the final update, film the final pieces of footage of the Nostalgia Paradise finale, and get the finale rendered and get it all set to premiere at 5 p.m. the next day. Once that episode premieres, that puts the cap on Nostalgia Paradise. A series I've been wanting to do for a long time, but I was waiting for the right kind of stock of devices to even do that. And I hear KK going now. Okay. Alright, we'll wait for Amplify to start, and then I'll continue the discussion with what I was saying earlier. I'll keep the resource monitor open in case my mic goes out again. There's the Washington Street crossing we went down. So we'll wait for Amplify to start. We can get its theme song and then here it comes. I don't think I've seen anybody else capture the Amplify theme, so I was thinking I think it's finally time for me to phase out the Amplify theme too. But we'll just listen to it anyway, because why not? Because why not? Yeah, why don't we just have it on just cause. And we'll put this in along with that marine warning, and then we will continue on with the discussion of things. So yeah, I've been to all 3 Downers Grove crossings. All 3 crossings in downtown Downers Grove. I'm glad I got to check this one out, Washington Street. Good evening and welcome to Amplify. It's this telephone talk show that looks at life from a religious perspective. Alright. Actually, I am going to replace that clip because I missed the first part of it. But other than that, that should be everything done. We should be all up to date. Now, let me continue with the discussion. It was on, now I was going to talk about, how, my collection of these computers have evolved over the years. Of course, the first computers I got were the Dell Vostro 1540, the Lenovo ThinkPad Edge E545, the Inspiron 5520, an HP EF1072NR, and a Dell Latitude E6540. Those were the first computers I got in 23, and that was the initial, order, the initial beginning of the whole Nostalgia Paradise franchise. The first few episodes were just the first episodes of it were essentially just getting those computers set up for, my use, wiping off the organization's data and putting my, and restoring it with a fresh copy of Windows and upgrading them to Windows to a supported OS, if possible. But of course I tried Windows 7 first, and then I tried 10. And I was thinking one day with the 5520, why don't we put it on 11, see how well it handles 11? I know Microsoft says its hardware is not capable, but I thought, let's try it. And I was surprised that it worked. And I think the SSD was probably what accelerated it, with all of its hardware. But then I heard about Microsoft potentially discontinuing security updates for unsupported devices with Windows 11 installed on them. I haven't seen it happen yet, which reminds me, I haven't even checked my old computer to see if I had updated it. I haven't checked it yet. I might do that. But anyway, so yeah, I've had those computers for a good while, but then slowly on and on, more have been added to the collection. First being another Lenovo ThinkPad, then an HP ProBook, and currently in my possession now, a Dell XPS 9343, which I've used as a secondary college PC. It only has a 5th generation Intel processor, but what made this thing interesting was that not only is it from 2015, but it's much faster than my other one, because my old laptop had a mechanical hard drive in it, which of course is not good for a latest Windows version. So that's why I wanted a new PC, which was even faster. this thing would have been good in 2015 if I had gotten that instead. But I'm a bit disappointed that that's not how it turned out. But maybe if I had considered the upgrade a bit later, but maybe if I waited until Windows 11 came out, then I could have gotten the first, maybe my first laptop would have been a Windows 11 capable PC. Which would be nice though. But too bad that was not the case. I could have waited. I should have waited, but I wanted the upgrade. I wanted an upgrade sooner rather than later. But it's okay. The upgrade mostly turned out good either way. And then going back to the history of these computers. Now, as of this year, now I had to do some serious purging, considering they were retiring even more systems. So, they got rid of they actually got rid of 2 Dell Optiplex machines, 3060 desktops from 2018, from what I've confirmed, the manufacturing date of both machines. The 3060 small form factor and the micro. The small form factor actually came first. That retired the Vostro 1540 and the Edge E545. I still have both of them, by the way. The one I had up here was wiped out and moved to storage, while the 1540 has had its hard drive completely wiped and is now in the process of being recycled. The ProBook, Latitude, the Dell ProBook and the Dell Latitude were also sent back to the school to be recycled. Were sent back to the school to be recycled as well. Then later on came the Dell Optiplex 3060 Micro computer. Yeah, came the Dell Optiplex 3060 Micro. Now, the one I actually have specifically was used by the maintenance work. Well, this is the only micro they had. This was the only micro they purchased of this kind. They bought it brand new. Because I'm not seeing any refurbished stickers or anything like that. I don't know that for sure, but I will have to take a good look and see. I will have to take a good look at it and, look at it further and everything like that. But I will have to take a good look at it further and see the full details. So that PC replaced the Dell Inspiron 5520 for 2 reasons. First, of course, that's running that laptop was running an unsupported version of running Windows 11 on unsupported hardware, which Microsoft could be blocking security updates on soon anyway. And 2, it couldn't handle my radio station. Probably because of Windows 11's intense memory usage compared to Windows 10, and also the fact that the maximum size of memory it can go is 8 gigabytes. And I'm not surprised for this, because 8 gigabytes was the maximum back in 2012 when that thing was new. So, trying to run modern day tasks like Windows Subsystem for Linux, it was a pain in the ass. Yeah, it was an absolute pain in the ass, because a lot of times, and very frequently, the script would just terminate. Either the script for the station would terminate itself, or even worse, Windows would terminate the whole terminal on its own to save on memory. And it was an absolutely terrible experience, let me tell you that.
So then, if you may remember, during that whole season of Downers Grove, I told you about the fact that they were getting 2 brand new Dell Micros, Dell Optiplex Micros. The model was 7010. That was the number. They got 2 of them. Both had 32 gigabytes of RAM inside of it. Now, I was thinking, no, I don't want my micro to be 8 gigabytes. I want it to be powerful than that, more powerful than that. And those sticks of RAM are only that he has in that drawer are only DDR3. This is DDR4. So he let me salvage one of the 2 16 gigabyte sticks from each machine because they need at least 16 gigabytes. So, because 16 gigabytes is more than enough for an average office PC. It's more than enough to get the job done. So I went ahead and salvaged the 2 16 gigabyte RAM sticks from both of the new micros and threw them into my micro. And also, he would let me take home the backup 1 terabyte inland NVMe SSD that I would throw in, upgrading the storage from 256 gigabytes to 1 terabyte, which is really, really good, I must say. And then when I opened it up, I realized it had a SATA hard drive caddy inside of the system. So I thought, you know what? I could expand the storage even more and put another 2 terabytes into it, because I still have my old 2 terabyte hard drive from my old laptop. So I took that drive out. Well, actually, I did it way before I got the micro. I took that hard drive out of that other laptop, put it in SSD, and as I said, install Windows 11 on that. So then, after I got the hard drive put in, I went about the process of putting a Dell copy of Windows onto it. Well, even though it said 11, it did 10, but then I later upgraded to Windows 11 with the Media Creation tool. The first attempt went horrible because I had an outdated security revision. So then I had to do the restore over again from the beginning. And this time I updated the USB to the proper revision, and that time it worked. So now I have a fully working micro PC. Quite a saga for a few days in service, let me tell you. And now it's running more powerful than ever. And I gotta say, this is by far the most powerful PC that I've ever obtained. 32 gigs of RAM, 3 terabytes of storage, 2 of which from a mechanical hard drive, and 1 terabyte and the other terabyte coming from the internal NVMe SSD that's inside of the machine. That is probably going to be the only powerful PC I will ever have, and I don't think any of my other PCs are going to match it. Or will they? Because later on throughout the summer, I've actually been going on improving the capabilities of each of my other machines that I've already had. But then after I did some testing with the micro and, he did some testing with the micro and the Inspiron, I took that Inspiron laptop back to the school and sent that one back to be recycled. So now this is what I have. So now I have a Dell Inspiron 7506 with 12 gigabytes of RAM and 512 gigs of storage. The factory configuration was left unchanged. My HP laptop still has 256 gigs of storage, but now utilizes 16 gigabytes of RAM. Because I added an additional 8 gigabytes with the 8 gigabyte stick that came from the micro initially when I replaced the RAM. The 76, my Dell Inspiron 3670 that I've had since I got it in June of 2019, that still has its original factory configuration of 256 gigs of storage and 12 gigabytes of RAM. The Optiplex small form factor still has that 1 terabyte SATA SSD. However, I'm looking to put in the 256 gigabyte NVMe drive into it, but I'm waiting for the proper screw in order to do that. because I've tried it with the Inspiron, with that old Inspiron laptop screw, hard drive screw, but of course it was too small, so it wouldn't fit. But yeah, taping it down would not be a good idea. So yeah, just using the proper screw would be the best way to go. So that's what I'm thinking of doing. Taking the NVMe screw from the XPS when I retire it, and then I can throw that 256 gigabyte drive into the small form factor. But then later on, I threw in another 4 gigabytes of RAM from that HP Business Tower. That doesn't even meet the requirements for 11. And now I have another mechanical another SATA SSD that I can use as backups in my PCs if I need to. The XPS with 128 gigabytes of storage and 8 gigs of RAM, that configuration is going to stay as it is for the remainder of its time with me. Because Windows 10 is like lightweight, 8 gigabytes of RAM is actually more than enough for a computer of that kind. So yeah, it's 8 gigabytes of RAM is gonna stay as it is because I have yet to decide on its future, and that's why I said I'm going to be enrolling it in the Extended Security Updates program once it finally lets me. Yeah, eventually once it lets me. So then that'll give me time to decide its future as to whether I'll put Linux on it or salvage some of its parts, send it back to the school and be recycled, where then I can get I'll get a much better computer, a much better laptop. Now, I know there was another Latitude that they had, but that one's also only a 7th generation processor, so that really wouldn't work as best. You know, it doesn't even meet the requirements for 11. And I think this is why Microsoft was sued by that California man, because a lot of those computers he had doesn't even meet Windows 11's requirements. But I am actually also considering some more upgrades. This time, I'm looking to upgrade my old machine to 16 gigabytes of RAM. Essentially doing sort of a memory swap. How's this going to be done? I'm going to take that 12 gigabyte stick out. I'm planning to take the 12 gigabyte stick out of that computer, put it into the Optiplex small form factor, replacing its 8 gigabyte stick, and that too will go into the 3670 to bring it to a grand total of 24 gigabytes, and then my main station will have more room to breathe, which is kind of nice. Because that's been a problem with that machine when it comes to large severe weather events like the ones we've had. Like one of those weekly test warning streams where it cut off just after 1 o'clock because of low memory. I'm going to take care of the flood warnings separately.
This Harvest Day, VLC Media Player window.
Or you know what? I'll wait for that to complete. So that's in terms of future plans for each of those computers. But now for the micro, the challenge is how we're going to run WPLD away from home. And I was talking about it too at the end of last week when I was trying to switch the VGA cable out of the small form factor and putting it into the micro, which turned out to be unsuccessful because the power for VGA was hard hard soldered into the motherboard, so I couldn't easily pop it out. I don't know if there's a way I could pop that cover, take that cover off, but at this point, I don't think there's any way that's going to work. So what I was thinking instead is just using one of the spare HDMI cables that we have, and just plug it into the back of the TV in the living room, and then just use that as a computer monitor. So then I can just use the remote to switch between inputs. You know, switch between the input of the cable box and the computer. Which I think that is a good compromise. But the only problem then is we'll have to find where the cable will end up where then I will have to end up plugging in the cable. But that we'll find out when I'm given another date for when I'll be going back to the Lawn of Oaks, my grandparents. It will be some time, and we'll work it out. But trust me, it's going to be so much better now that I have much more powerful hardware than I've ever had. But trust me, it's going to be much more powerful. So, once again, with the bulk of the hardware upgrades pretty much complete, the next stage then is I want to do one more hardware upgrade before we can declare this setup pretty much complete. I want to get I'm going to wait till Christmas for it because, I mean, it's quite expensive right now. So, I was thinking of asking for a 16 gigabyte stick of RAM for Christmas so then I can throw it into my old PC, replace the 12 gigabyte stick there, then take the 8 gigabyte stick out of the small form factor, put it into my 3670. The 4 gigabyte stick that's already in there will remain, but then that would be increased to 16 gigabytes, and then the other one will be increased to 24 gigabytes. As for the XPS, either it will have Linux go onto it, or it will be retired from service. I have not decided its future yet, but I am going to enroll it in the extended update, so that way I can give it more time to decide its fate. To decide its fate. And then one more time, let me say it one more time about the fall taping cycle. So, I'm going to go down and get some popcorn just a little bit. And then after that, we'll do this week's Ticket to Ride show. And then that will be the last thing we do today. Tomorrow morning, that is when the fall taping cycle officially commences. That's when the fall taping cycle and my college semester both officially commence. First thing in the morning. You know, just get up, get caught up on the products, brush my teeth, start the new program showcase, and then get to taping straight away. And then get to taping episodes straight away. I'll be doing that till about 4 o'clock when we start our usual Minecraft show. Tuesday it will go up to 4:30. Wednesday there won't be tapings. Thursday it will go up to 4:30 again. Friday it will go up to 7. And that'll be it. The weekend there won't be any tapings. But that's how the fall taping schedule is going to go. Now, of course, this will be done in multiple phases. This will be the first phase of this taping session, which I'll be recording 260 total new episodes of Sorry to bring the total count of episodes to 385, and then 200 more Big John's Wheel of Fortune episodes, which will bring that total number up to 300. And then after those two are done, and the Nostalgia Paradise finale, I will then record the remainder of the first season of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, which will then air throughout January, and then eventually that season will conclude in May. Then the first priority for the spring taping, which is what I'm thinking of right now, is film 100 new episodes of those new shows. Some of the new shows that will be replacing Meal or No Meal and The Big Numbers, since both those are going to retire next year. After those are done, then we can start production on season 2 of Fifth Grader, which will then premiere in August of the following year. Then the fall taping session of the next year. Well, actually, don't know if we're even going to do a fall taping session at all, because I'll be looking for a job. We would probably then have to spend the summer instead taping new episodes of shows. But with the part-time job and everything, well, it's a little ways away. The school year is about to start soon, so we'll worry about that when the time comes. So that's what we're thinking. So with that said, that's really all the discussion I have for right now. So we're going to go ahead and take our final commercial break of the evening. And when we come back, we will begin this week's Ticket to Ride program.
Welcome back, folks. It is almost time for Ticket to Ride here for this week. Hope you all enjoyed the fun that we've brought you so far tonight. And now we are about ready to cap it all off. And we're about to cap it all off with one final game. Let me switch this out here. Pull up the screencast. There is a warning that WPJM is relaying right now. So I'm going to wait for that to finish relaying. I'm going to wait for that to relay all the way before we kick off our last game here. So if you missed our show, if you missed if you missed the first part of our show, we debuted Roblox at a new time. That will be the case for the next 16 weeks to accommodate for my fall semester of college this year. So, Roblox Live will be on Sundays for, again, 16 weeks. Started today, and that will continue until December. Backyard Baseball will start much later. Instead, it will be after I get back from my other evening class. So right after I get back from that is when Backyard Baseball will start. Who knows? It could be 7:30, it could be 8 o'clock, it could be as late as 9. Who knows? Who knows when it will be? But only time will tell. And I did go back on the warning for Woodward, Oklahoma, as I have yet to check how that played out. So it looks like it did go through all the way. So it went through all the way. Same thing? Yep, same thing. Alright. I'll keep the logger on this PC, so that way I can see what is going on. I've already flipped the wallpaper on this device, so we're good to go. Now all I just need to do is start screencasting. And I'll go ahead and start the game while the screencast loads up. Here we go. Okay. Alright, we'll go ahead and pull the iPad up on the screen. There we go. So, there are the routes we're going to play for this first game. So, let's begin. So, goodness, all this stuff that Gateway Star's been making. Hilton Resort and Spa in San Antonio, Texas. I'm gonna wait for my station to relay it instead. I do not want to start the journey going the wrong way, so. It's not quite the one, but
Entries. Locations of active England. Moving at Shakopee, Savage, Chaska, Prior Lake, St. Peter, New Creek, Belle Plaine, Jordan, St. Seward, Carver, Montgomery, Leicester, Cologne, Henderson, Cleveland, Helena, Ottawa, Heidelberg, and St. Thomas. Seek shelter inside weapon structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing at the Zoom VLC media player window.
All right, so the scores are being added up now for the first game. I should probably consider, turning off the silent mode so I could hear the game as we're going. Why do we still have Downers Grove open on Google? There we go. All right, now let's begin the second game. So here you go. Now to start the third game. waiting for another thing to go through. Just for the radio, it's an Accurite. Alright, here are the routes for game number 4.
I think I may have reset the station a bit too soon. Check. Yeah, I'm gonna have to retake that because I reset it a bit too soon. And I see there's an update pending as well. Wait and see if they Oh, while we wait, let's go ahead and restart my other PC to update to the next Insider build. Yeah, just go ahead and restart anyway, because they could effectively cancel these two processes have already started by then, so. So then it's just a matter of waiting to determine when we'll end up relaying or not. Oh, it is going to relay it. Great, I get another chance.
She's so mean. VLC media player window.
Great, I get another opportunity. That's what we got. Alright, so while we're at it, also going ahead and updating the remaining PCs that have yet to be updated with the latest security revisions. obviously the insider machine, which I'm doing now, and then just start doing the one in the den. So that's the last. That is actually the last of the PCs to update with the latest versions. And then insider machine is almost done. I just triggered the restart of the other computer, and then I'll go back in there in a little bit and check on it before we start the. That's right, it's going off first. Starting, so. Yeah, secondary is going to be offline for a bit while this is finishing. Of course, it has to restart for a second time. Second restart. I don't know why they did that. But the good thing is, all of our remaining PCs will be up to date. The fifth and final game, by the way. I did see a test come up on WX monitors, so I'm gonna take care of that before we run things here. But let me just make sure that I've got everything that I needed. I want to make sure I get everything before we wrap things up. Looks like there were more too, so. So here's what we're gonna do. After we finish this fifth and final game, or if we play game 6, which I think a game 6 is looking more likely at this point, I will. Yes, secondary, I know you're begging for. Yes, bro. Yes, small form factor. I know you're waiting for this PC to come back up. So we can get the secondary back up and running. But I'm curious to see what that K256 and that other one's about. Did I just see an out-of-box experience come up for like a split second? Drag a window here to arrange your screen. Huh. I see, that's an improvement. At least it's not as annoying as it was previously. Good to hear. Alright, well, now I gotta restart everything. Now I gotta restart everything again. But I gotta make sure this connects to the internet before we do anything else. Actually, I'll unplug the Ethernet cable out of the secondary out of that other PC until we can get this one back up and running. Find the folder. Yeah, it looks like we found the connection. Okay, start them both. Open up the notepad documents. Ah, dang it. The default config disappeared. Oh man. Oh, there it all goes. Okay, here we are. Start. Okay, there we go. The main is back up and running, and oh boy, did I do it in time. Well, we're gonna see if I did it in time. Okay, the main is now back up. Is now on the latest revision. Pumps. Okay, the main is back up and running now. Now let's go ahead and reconnect the secondary. Let's run USB. Ethernet. Here we go. All right, let's bring the secondary back online now. Okay. Then I will.
double up, that's up arrow, root WPLD secondaries. Not a narrator command, not a narrator command, not a narrator command.
Wait for the signal to come up. Okay. Oh, really? It has to do that. Is it even going to try? Barely now. Looks like it would try, but already we're having problems. Which is not a good sign. We are already running. And we're already having problems, aren't we? This error playout crashed. And it was just 3 monitors. Like, what the fuck? How could we already be having problems? Let's restart it. Okay. Uh-oh. I see the globe. I saw the globe. Will it stay, I hope?
Swings, no hot root at WPLD. That's Mara.P1. Enter, up, enter, root at WPLD secondary / hasp WPLD alt. Not a narrator command, down arrow.
Alright, there we go. Back up and running now after the update. Now we're all set. And unfortunately, because of the inconvenience, this will be the last game we will play. So we can catch up on everything else, get everything in their place, and then call it a night. As this is the only thing then that we have left to do. So this warning from my logger will deal with first.
Okay. Alright, now, as I said, this would be the last game we play. So let me go ahead and exit the air player here. And actually quit the game. Now to plug this in so I can mess around with whatever I want to mess around with tonight. And let's take care of this. Take care of this comment right here. The Monsters opening for Skrill. Oh yeah, that name. At the Knitting Factory on October 14th. Well, that's kind of fitting that it mentioned October 14th. That's the day Microsoft is going to release its last update for Windows 10, unless you pay to extend it for another year. Well, either with the rewards points, the $30, or you can get it for free by backing up your PC. Which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take advantage of the offer, generous offer, and just back that PC up temporarily, and then I'll just delete that back up afterwards. And then just delete that backup when I retire the machine from service. Or I could just keep all of its data on there and then just transfer it over to, and then just keep it there and then transfer it over to a new PC, or access it on another computer at some point down the line. Oh yeah, and I've been watching the video I did of 294. No, the video I did of 294. Alright, let's take care of the weeklies now. This one. Is there any more? That's Guam. Alright, here is yeah, that's it. So the rest of them is in here. This Harrisburg one is next. You know what? While we wait for that to get together, let me find WRKE. Yep, there it is. Alright, so a still shot of WRKE. In here. Alright, and then for this one. Alright. Now, that Southeast Michigan cluster did not go last week. For some reason. So, I have all of them in there just to see if any changes have been made since the last time, I tried to get a weekly off of one of them. But it's best that I run down that list further just to make sure that I got everything. Just to be sure that I got everything off of it. A. Looks like there was one for Yavapai. I'll take care of that one separately later. All right, good. Southeast Michigan is still in the lineup. PLF. All right, there's two more that we need. There's two more we need. First, this one I'm choosing to ignore now because there was a demo right after that. And this one is the one that we are going to use. This one right here. And there's supposed to be one more after this one. And then I'll get these in place, and then we will be done. Alright, let's hope I can navigate it around that box. Oh, there was another one too. WIZB, I did not see that one. Actually, let me run down it all. Let me run down it all here on this PC as well. So. Okay. And then going up, here is the other one. And from further inspection of the list, that is the last one. So upon further inspection of the list, that is the last one. So that is the last one. So there we go. All right, then we just need to get those in place. I'll get Cleveland Odyssey going, and then that will wrap things up here for that will wrap things up for today. Not a narrator command. Not a narrator command. What is not a narrator command? Not a narrator command. Not a narrator command. Okay, let's take care of all this as a sub. Let's put them all in order. This one first. I may have sent the same thing over a gazillion times, but as I said, I will fix, as I've said many times before, if I identify any duplicate products, I will take only the first one and ignore the rest. This one was captured live. This one was live. This one, and this one was issued before. This one was done before that one. Only part of the Nani in the Alley theme played before the warning was sent out. So here is KRVN. So I'm glad to hear that Southeast Michigan or Northern Michigan Upper Peninsula, whatever cluster, is still doing their auto test because I thought they discontinued it because I was thinking that they. Nice. Even though I restarted it very quickly, it got all of that.
So then I just need to get everything else in their places, and then this compilation will be all set to release. And then with that, that also completes the process of updating all of our devices with the latest security revision. So all of our PCs in all sectors here are now up to date and are now running the latest security patch. So that's great. Because of course these security updates are also important to maintaining the security of these devices when online, not just the antivirus. And actually, since we're getting closer to Cleveland Odyssey getting started, let's go ahead and get these pulled up. No, they already went. Why the hell am I pulling it up again? There we go. All right, let's get these in their spots. So, yeah, now I gotta go through the difficult process of converting Universal Time to Central Time, although I can see the timestamps up there. So 8:48, what was the time on this one? 8:27. So 8:33. 8:57. So this one was at 8:44. So other than having to pause a bit for that one reason from earlier, I'd say the first Roblox show on in the Sunday block was already a success. Was pretty much a success, which is of course great news. So 18:35. Let's see. So 22 is 10. 21 is 9. 7, 8 is 18:06. Okay, so 5:35 was the time. Yeah, 17:6:35. Yep, that is the time. 6:03 then was that Harrisburg one. And I did see that triple track train race is going to be on tonight. So this time around, maybe I'll get to use the new footage of the racetrack when the episode airs. All right, now for some of the other. Oh wait, we don't have enough time, don't we? All right, let's get WNCX going. I'd rather not answer that question. I'd rather not answer that question from a commercial. And good thing when I got up to the platform, I didn't get taken away on a metro train. I had those lyrics in my mind for quite some time. I don't know why, but I do. Is that the music? It is the music because it said it was playing Bohemian Rhapsody. So. Now narrator command. Alright, so we're going to get WNCX first. And then after that, we'll put the remaining tests in their places. And then that will
And then, as I said, that will be the last thing we do, and then that will officially wrap things up here for today. While we're waiting for that, sounds like completely different music now, but it's sounding promising so far. So I guess while we're waiting here, let me remind you all one more time that tomorrow will be the beginning of our fall taping session. So tomorrow morning I plan to get up, play catch up with everything that goes on tonight, and then get to work on not only the college stuff, but particularly the digital media course. That's going to be the first thing I do. And then I will begin production on both shows pretty much immediately. So Sorry will resume production, and Big John's Wheel of Fortune will also resume production. So we'll get to keep both shows going. Okay. So that was 2:34. Wait, that's 3:11. Is that Eastern time or is that Central? Okay, that's Central, so that was in the right spot. Okay. Undo that. So that then is where this goes. Okay. Well, did the best I could. That's the best I can do to fit Yavapai in the box, but otherwise a good attempt. Cut off the attention signals. This one came right before 4 o'clock. So...
Until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 5:12 p.m. At 4:53 p.m.
That one's 4:06. So... yeah, and I've turned down the song reader down to like 50%. And there's a good reason as to why. And 4:11. All right. Now, I'm going by the time it was sent out, not the start time. And yeah, my father is pretty much going to stay up late tonight as he's watching the Bears preseason game. Or training, practice, whatever. Yeah, preseason most likely. Okay. So there we go. That's everything. Let's get Star 102 started. All right, and then I will take that over to the iPad once Star 102 ends up once that station tests. So I guess with that said, then that's it. That is going to wrap things up here for tonight. So I want to thank each and every one of you for sticking around and joining us here today. I hope you all enjoyed the first Roblox show on its new day, which will be the case for the next 16 weeks, ending in December. So again, I will begin the fall taping cycle tomorrow morning. Of course, with Sorry and Wheel of Fortune, Big John's Wheel of Fortune to be exact, being the first phase of this procedure. And then after that, I will wrap up the first season of 5th Grader.
So that's what the fall taping cycle currently looks like. So this first part of the fall taping cycle is going to be quite simple, but as it will require barely any interaction from me, except for the end of Big John's Wheel of Fortune. But I will make sure I have everything ready to go. I will make sure we have everything ready when it comes down to that. And then, of course, be sure to join us tomorrow afternoon at 4 for our Minecraft show, which, of course, will not change. Its usual time will remain. So, that will stay the same. And, of course, I'll do taping again the next day. And then so on and so forth, everything that I mentioned this week. And I'll provide updates, too, on the tapings, as we progress through the fall taping cycle also. So with that being said, we're on time. Perfect timing. I just said, I was just about to say the closing. All right, let me put these two where they belong. WNCX. And then right after Clinton and census time, let's see. Sky in place. Okay. That's it for now, because Q104 is coming up next in just a few minutes. Alright, so again, thank you all for joining us here today. Actually, this is probably like the second time I said it, but the flash flood warning is just about to, from earlier tonight, is just now disappearing from my Polymer radios, and there we go. Now they're back to their normal selves. So with that said, that is now going to wrap things up here for tonight. So thank you all so much for joining us here today. We hope you enjoyed the show. KGRD. Hopefully I got it right. Hope I didn't miss much of it. Good, I did not. Okay. Alright, so I will get this and then head over to that Cleveland station and get its automated test. So, with that, thank you all again so much for joining us here today for Roblox at its new time, and of course Ticket to Ride. We hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did, bringing it all to you as always. And we again will be back tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. for our Minecraft show, where we will complete the construction of the Interstate 383 freeway, and then we'll begin construction of the first of two extensions of Interstate 802, which is set to come, which will be the next part of the project. We're going to do both sides of the expressways together. So two sides at the same time is what we'll be doing, but. Alright, stop that. Good, it's only 30 seconds before the test actually happens, so. Possibly a bit longer because it's on a stream, so I'll just let it run through. So with that, again, we'll see you tomorrow for Minecraft Live at 4 when we complete construction of the 383 freeway and then move on to 802. We're going to start with one side and then we're going to do the other. So that's how the remaining freeways are going to progress. And so with that, we will now return our Plainfield TV viewers to normal programming, and I will enjoy myself for the final 2 hours that I have tonight before I too end up going to bed. So until we see you again tomorrow, we thank you for joining us for our live program here on Plainfield TV. We bid you all good night.